Oh, hey there. Tonight, we're going to ease into the epic tale of Greek mythology. Welcome to this bedtime sleep narration, where we'll be exploring all the ancient stories you've heard snippets of, but never quite put together in one grand adventure. Dim the lights, pull up a warm blanket, maybe put a fan on for that soft background hum. Make yourself cozy and let's drift into tonight's story together. We're going to start at the very beginning with chaos and Gaia, then dance our way through titans and Olympians, mythological creatures like minotaurs and centaurs, and of course, gods and goddesses who didn't always get along. It's a wild ride, but don't worry, we'll take it slow. We'll follow the threads of love triangles, rivalries, and power struggles that wove Greek mythology into its intricate tapestry. So take a slow breath, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's begin our journey through the entire story of Greek mythology. The sun rose over the small village of Argir, casting a warm glow over the thatched roofs and dust-stirred streets. You stood in your doorway, stretching the kinks out of your back as you yawned awake to the gentle clucking of chickens from next door. The air was crisp with dew, carrying the scent of fresh bread wafting from the nearby bakery. As you made your way through the dimly lit house, the soft creaks beneath your feet announced each step. A worn wooden floorboard here, a loose rope there, holding together the various rooms like an eccentric patchwork quilt. The air inside was thick with yesterday's smoke and this morning's cooking oil, not unpleasant, but pungent nonetheless. Your stomach growled in anticipation of breakfast, which you'd heard your mother already preparing in the kitchen. Barley porridge with a sprinkle of thyme, or perhaps some leftover meat stew from last night's dinner. The savory aroma drew you in like a homing pigeon to its roost. You pushed open the door and slipped into the bright sunlight, squinting as it struck your eyes after the dim interior. Your toes wiggled with pleasure on the cool stone flags outside, no sandals or shoes today, just bare feet and the gentle crunch of gravel beneath them. You breathed in deeply, feeling the familiar smells. Earthy loam from the nearby fields, a hint of wood smoke carried on the breeze, and the distant tang of salt from the sea. Your day began like any other in Argir, slowly, with an air of expectation and routine. Today would be much like yesterday, just as tomorrow will follow suit. Same meals, same tasks, same sunrises over the mountainside. This was life in a small village nestled between hills, where time itself seemed to unfold at a gentle pace. The people of Argir were no strangers to hard work and simple pleasures. They tilled their land with wooden plows, planted olives and grains, tended goats and sheep for milk and wool, not unlike many other villages scattered across the Mediterranean. Their days were long and filled with the rhythms of nature, planting by moonlight, harvesting under scorching suns. Their lives revolved around seasons, spring's promise of new growth, summer's sweltering heat, autumn's harvest bounty, winter's quiet slumber. And within these cycles, they found small joys, a particularly fine wine from the nearby winery, a well-timed rainstorm for parched crops, or an especially beautiful sunset to warm their spirits. Your family was no exception. They were one of many householders who tilled and tended this land with care, following ancient customs passed down through generations, planting at specific times based on lunar cycles, using sacred rituals to ward off pests and misfortune, consulting the gods for guidance during periods of drought or famine. These practices were woven into their daily lives like an intricate tapestry, a blend of practicality and superstition that had become second nature. You watched as your mother carefully folded fresh laundry, hanging it on wooden frames outside to air in the morning breeze. The rhythmic clinking of clothespins echoed through the quiet streets. Washing one's linen was a sacred ritual, she said with a chuckle, not just for cleanliness but also to appease the river gods Nereus and Galne. Their home stood near the edge of town, overlooking the narrow stream that flowed into Argier. It marked the boundary between cultivated land and untamed wilderness. On one side, neatly furrowed fields where crops grew under careful tending. On the other, dark forests teeming with wild boar and flocks of migrating birds. As you observed your mother's task, a gentle breeze rustled through the nearby olives, releasing their scent pungent yet earthy. It was a familiar smell that accompanied most mornings in Argier, part of the village's distinctive perfume. Your family had lived here for generations. This place held secrets within its hills and valleys, stories whispered around firesides, tales passed down through generations. While your mother hung out the last garments, you wandered over to the nearby stream. The water was crystal clear today, reflecting the blue skies above like a mirror. Small fish darted beneath the surface, occasionally breaking the calm with an urgent splash or bubble trail. You knelt on one knee and dipped your hand into the cool liquid, feeling its refreshing touch spread through your fingers. Your gaze wandered across to the nearby hillside where the ancient olive trees stood sentinel, gnarled trunks twisted by time, their leafy canopies of vibrant green rustling softly in the breeze. The air carried whispers of myth and legend from those who lived before, tales that seemed to fade into the earth like mist at dawn. Beyond your village's familiar horizon lay the realm of Phaethon. Mighty rivers and snow-capped mountains rose towards a sky where mythical creatures roamed free, winged horses, dragons with scales as black as night. It was said that when the gods themselves walked among mortals, their paths sometimes crossed those of villagers like your family. For now, however, you were absorbed in this quiet morning scene, sunlight casting shadows on walls, water's gentle flow soothing your thoughts. Your mother finished hanging out the laundry and called you over for breakfast, a steaming bowl of barley porridge with fresh bread to dip into it. As you sat down beside her at their small wooden table, you savored the flavors, earthy and rich from last night's stew simmering in yesterday's broth, slightly sweet from honeyed wine infused during fermentation. The taste was nothing extraordinary but familiar comfort food for these people who lived a life woven with myth and practicality. The morning passed quietly as it usually did. Breakfast, chores, tending to the family farm, each step guided by long-held traditions that tied them closely to this land and its rhythms. And when day finally surrendered to twilight's hush, they lit fires in their hearths for warmth against the evening chill, perhaps sharing stories of old gods or new legends passed down from travelers. Though myths often drifted into everyday conversations like wisps on an autumn breeze, it was as if life itself remained separate, two parallel worlds that occasionally intersected. Your family's routine continued unchanged, tending their small farm, offering prayers to the village's patron deity, and living within a web of stories woven by gods who lived beyond this mundane reality. In such quiet evenings, surrounded by shadows cast from flickering flames, they knew there was more than what met the eye, for in whispers around campfires and tales carried on wind currents came hints that even their ordinary lives held an essence of myth. As you stepped out into the crisp morning air, the scent of wood smoke and damp earth greeted you like an old friend. The sky above was a pale blue with hints of pink and orange on the horizon, the remnants of last night's fiery spectacle. You breathed in deeply, feeling the chill of dawn settle into your bones. You'd spent many mornings just like this one, starting from scratch, rebuilding what had been lost overnight. Lighting fires for breakfast was an art form that required patience and precision, a delicate dance between flame and fuel. As you approached the makeshift hearth, you noticed a faint smell wafting from nearby, someone's cooking fish over low heat. The aroma tickled your nose, making your stomach growl in anticipation. You'd always loved mornings like this one. The promise of new beginnings, the comfort of routine, and the knowledge that no matter what lay ahead, there was something to be savored in every moment. But for now, focus had to be on more immediate concerns, namely, getting a fire going without burning your fingers or setting off an avalanche of sparks. You reached into your apron pocket and pulled out a few dry twigs, carefully arranged them within the hearth's stone walls, and then added some larger branches. As you coaxed flames from nothingness, the sound of crackling wood filled the air, soothing yet insistent. The fire began to grow, casting flickering shadows on nearby rocks as it gained traction. You stepped back to admire your handiwork, a modest blaze that would eventually warm up the chilly morning and cook whatever lay within its reach. People were already stirring around you, some stretching their limbs, others murmuring greetings over steaming mugs of tea or honeyed water. The camp was coming alive slowly, quietly, as it always did on these grayish-blue mornings. In such moments, time seemed to stretch out before you like an endless canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of daily life. Your own stomach growled louder now, your thoughts turned back to those sizzling fish and how soon they'd be ready for eating. A few paces away from the fire, a gruff voice called out from the nearby stall, "Who needs their shoes mended today?" The familiar jingle of hammer on anvil provided background noise as the cobbler worked his magic. Your eyes drifted toward the market stalls still in slumber, where early risers were setting up for another day's trade. Merchants and peddlers began to emerge from their quarters, yawning and stretching, each one bearing bundles of goods that would be sold throughout the morning. Fresh produce, woven baskets, and trinkets polished to a high sheen. These quiet mornings before the crowds arrived were always your favorite part of the day. The air was crisp enough to see one's breath. People moved with purpose yet stillness, like those who'd spent too many nights awake thinking about their troubles. Your thoughts meandered, wondering if others felt this same sense of being suspended between dreams and reality. Beyond the campfire's warmth, beyond the bustle that would soon come to life around you, lay a world both fascinating and intimidating. People spoke in hushed tones about what they'd seen or heard, whispers that sometimes seemed more myth than fact. Tales of gods who walked among mortals, their actions leaving echoes in every village, strange happenings at the edge of town, rumors of enchanted lands hidden beyond the tree line. Yet such stories were only a whispered rumor within earshot. Most days passed without incident, ordinary lives built upon mundane routines and petty worries. As you turned back to your breakfast, the warm glow from the fire danced across your face, illuminating lines that deepened with each passing year, reminding you of countless mornings like this one. Time itself became a fluid concept within these surroundings, an ebb and flow of minutes lost in conversations over tea or watching merchants haggle for better prices. A life governed by seasons rather than schedules, as predictable as the sun's ascent, yet as enigmatic as its descent. A voice called out from behind, "Hey, you. Lighten up on that fire, don't want to set off a storm." You looked over to see Theodoros laughing and pointing at your growing flames. His jest came with an accompanying smile, one that put everyone within earshot at ease, knowing they'd get through another day together. Smiles were currency in small villages like this one, freely traded among friends and strangers alike for the price of a shared laugh or kind word. As you smiled back, Theodoros continued on his way, leaving behind only a faint scent of damp earth and wood smoke that seemed to cling to everything within reach. You turned your attention once more to your meal, which was now ready, two perfectly grilled fish swimming in the juices they'd shed during cooking. The simple flavors exploded as you took a bite. Each one transported you further away from last night's shadows and into this morning's golden light. Perhaps that's why people told stories of gods, because within their lives lay something greater than themselves, an elusive quality, much like those first glints of sunlight breaking over the horizon. As the world began to stir around you, full of promise yet still uncertain, it seemed impossible not to feel a sense of awe at even the most mundane moments. Still seated beside your makeshift hearth, watching morning unfold as people stirred into action, that was where myth and reality found common ground. Within these ordinary lives bathed in warm light from fires burning bright. As morning's warmth seeped into the small village of ancient Greece, the air was alive with a medley of sounds. Clanging pots and pans from kitchens, bleating goats and sheep as they stirred in their pens, and distant voices calling out to one another across the rooftops. You stood up from your makeshift hearth, stretching the sleepiness from your limbs, and began to tidy the remains of last night's fire. The embers still glowed with a soft red light, casting shadows on the walls as you poked at them with a stick. The ashes were cool enough now that you could sweep them into a small basket made from woven reeds. You breathed in deeply, and the scent of charred wood and cooking smoke filled your lungs. It was a familiar smell, one that spoke to you of warm meals shared with family and friends. As you worked, the morning light grew stronger, illuminating the surrounding houses. You could see women emerging from their doorways, carrying clay vessels or wicker baskets slung over their arms. Some were already scrubbing at wooden spoons in a nearby courtyard, while others set off towards the nearby marketplace with purposeful strides. You joined in the morning bustle, gathering your own belongings and setting out into the village square. The air was crisp now, carrying on its breeze the scent of fresh bread baking in an oven somewhere. It made your stomach growl in anticipation. You had a choice to make. What would you eat for breakfast? Grains or fruits? It seemed like such a simple decision, yet one that carried with it all sorts of connotations and implications. Grains meant a hearty bowl of porridge, perhaps flavored with honey or nuts, a meal fit for the gods, so it was said. But grains also meant hard work, grinding grain by hand until your arms felt heavy and your back protested. On the other hand, fruits were sweeter, easier to prepare. Apples, grapes, figs, they grew in abundance nearby, and their juice could be pressed into refreshing drinks or added to a simple salad for extra flavor. Yet some said that eating too much fruit would make you soft, lacking the discipline needed for a long day's work. You considered these options as you walked through the marketplace, weaving past vendors calling out their wares in rich tones. Fresh fish from the nearby lake still flapping and gleaming with dew, pyramids of bright-colored vegetables stacked high like treasures on some mythical island. You sampled an apple here, a handful of grapes there. It was hard to make up your mind when everything seemed so delicious. But as you wandered through this sensory feast, something caught your eye. The village elder Aristides sitting at his usual stall near the entrance of the marketplace. He was known for being wise in the ways of food and cooking, with a deep understanding of how each ingredient could be used to its fullest potential. You approached him, curiosity piqued. "Good morning, young one," he said, nodding as you reached him. "On choosing between grains and fruits, eh? What's on your mind?" You hesitated for a moment before launching into the details. The porridge made from freshly milled grain, the juicy sweetness of a ripe apple, the satisfaction that came with eating something nourishing but also rich in flavor. Aristides listened attentively, nodding along as you spoke. "Ah," he said finally, "but which one will truly give you energy for the day ahead?" You looked at him uncertainly. How did anyone ever make such decisions? The answer seemed to hover just beyond your grasp, like a particularly stubborn cloud on a summer's day. But Aristides was not here to judge. His expression remained thoughtful and kind. "I have an idea," he said after a moment of contemplative silence. "Why don't you consider what each option will do for the rest of your morning? If it's grains, perhaps you can work more efficiently at gathering berries from those thorny bushes near the river. They're ripe right now." He paused to let his words sink in. "But fruits might be better suited to your needs if you have a long day ahead. After all, nothing like some natural sweetness to give you that extra boost when facing down difficult tasks." You considered this advice as you continued through the marketplace. Grains for efficiency, fruits for energy, it seemed like both options had their merits. You stopped in front of a stall selling fresh cheese and bread, watching as an artisan expertly wrapped slices of golden brown flatbread around generous chunks of creamy cheese. As you munched on this impromptu snack, something occurred to you. Which one would your favorite goddess, Athena or Artemis, recommend for breakfast? Would they choose the wholesome grains or the luscious fruits? You pondered these questions as you continued through the market, selecting a few fresh vegetables and some juicy pomegranate seeds. Perhaps it didn't matter who your preferred deity was. Maybe what mattered most was trusting in your own body's wisdom to guide your choices. Still deep within the marketplace, surrounded by people buying their morning fare and vendors calling out to attract more customers, you continued on, carrying with you a small woven basket of fresh produce. The sun rose higher now, casting dappled shadows across the cobblestones beneath your feet as you made your way back home. And so it went, another ordinary day unfolding in ancient Greece, filled with decisions both large and small, from what to eat for breakfast to how to find balance within a rapidly changing world. As the morning sun climbed higher into its arc above the rooftops, illuminating every nook and cranny of this vibrant village life. As the morning sun climbed higher into its arc above the rooftops, illuminating every nook and cranny of this vibrant village life, you stepped out of your small stone dwelling, taking a deep breath to greet the day ahead. The air was alive with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the nearby bakery, carried on the gentle morning breeze that rustled through the olive trees lining the streets. You made your way along the narrow cobblestone path, your feet carrying you effortlessly towards the public latrines at the heart of the village. The sound of laughter and chatter echoed through the air as villagers began their daily routines, exchanging pleasantries with one another while going about their business. You nodded in greeting to a few familiar faces, acknowledging them with a gentle smile before turning your attention back to your own destination. The public latrines were an integral part of village life, a necessary evil that everyone had grown accustomed to over the centuries. In fact, it was said that even the gods themselves would occasionally use these humble facilities when visiting Earth in disguise. The thought sent a wry smile crossing your lips as you pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. The air within was thick with the pungent aroma of old stone, damp earth, and a hint of last night's cooking. You wrinkled your nose slightly at the potent mixture, but it wasn't unpleasant, merely a testament to the latrine's well-used status. As you made your way towards one of the several urinals lining the walls, the soft clinking of buckets being washed by hand and the muted murmur of hushed conversations created a soothing background hum. To your left stood an elderly woman, busily scrubbing away at a large ceramic jug with a worn sponge. Her gray hair was tied back in a neat bun, revealing a weathered face creased from years spent under the sun. She gazed up at you for a moment before returning her attention to the task at hand, a look of quiet contentment etched on her features as she worked. As you stood there taking your turn beside one of the urinals, you couldn't help but notice the peculiar arrangement of stones and pebbles lining its base. Someone had taken the time to carefully arrange these small rocks into neat patterns, no doubt a laborious task that required great patience. Yet another example of the quiet dedication shown by villagers towards maintaining their community's facilities. Your attention turned back to your own activities as you finished up in the urinals and moved on to one of the low stone stools before the nearby wash basins. The cool water, carried from a nearby spring via an intricate network of clay pipes, felt refreshing against your hands as you lathered yourself with a bar of olive oil soap made by the local blacksmith's wife. The scent of the soap mingled pleasantly with that of the fresh bread wafting through the air outside, creating an unlikely yet welcome harmony. As you scrubbed away at your skin, the sound of clinking buckets and hushed conversations continued unabated around you. Even in such mundane moments as these, there was always something to notice, a tiny detail waiting to be observed, like the way light danced through the dusty air above the latrines or the faint scent of last night's cooking still clinging to your skin. With a final rinse and dry with a length of linen cloth from the nearby storage room, you stepped out into the bright morning sunlight once more. The sound of clucking chickens echoed up from the nearby courtyard where a young family was busy gathering their daily eggs, adding another soothing layer to the background hum that accompanied your walk back through the village streets. Your stomach growled with anticipation as you passed by the bakery, now open for business and emitting an inviting aroma of freshly baked flatbread. You smiled to yourself, knowing what treats lay in store within its walls. A few moments later found you pushing aside a low-hanging awning and entering the warm interior, where rows of neatly arranged loaves sat cooling on wooden shelves. The baker himself stood at work behind his counter, an imposing figure with bushy eyebrows and a wild shock of hair that seemed to have a life of its own. He greeted you warmly as he worked, deftly shaping dough into perfect circles before placing them in the nearby oven for baking. Your eyes roamed over the assortment on display: golden brown loaves wrapped in linen cloths, delicate pastries filled with sweet honey and walnuts, each item tantalizing your taste buds. You took a moment to peruse the offerings, weighing your options carefully as you deliberated between which delightful treats to take home. The baker noticed your indecision and leaned forward with a knowing smile, offering an opinion on his latest creations or perhaps recommending something particularly special for today's fare. You stood frozen in front of the bakery display case, weighing your options amidst the enticing aromas wafting from within. Fresh bread still warm from the oven, sweet pastries dripping with honey and topped with crunchy sesame seeds, and an assortment of cheeses that seemed to glow softly in the morning light. The baker noticed your indecision and leaned forward with a knowing smile, offering an opinion on his latest creations or perhaps recommending something particularly special for today's fare. You were about to respond when you caught sight of Athena walking towards you from across the agora. Her eyes scanned the market stalls as if searching for someone, possibly yourself. You wondered what could have brought her here so early in the day, her usually unruffled composure slightly ruffled by a stray strand of hair that had escaped its tight knot. The baker's voice cut through your thoughts. Ah, today we have an especially fine batch of Kalamata olives. I've been experimenting with a new recipe, adding a hint of thyme to give them a certain genie size qua. You nodded politely as he placed a small sample in front of you. As you picked it up, the fragrance of olive oil and herbs enveloped your senses, reminding you that, indeed, this was a moment worth savoring. You turned back to Athena, who had by now reached the bakery stall. "Ah, goddess," said the baker with an obsequious bow, "I have some fine pastries prepared especially for your arrival." He presented her with a delicate pastry box adorned with intricate designs and patterns that seemed almost otherworldly. Athena's expression was unreadable as she accepted the offering. Her eyes scanned its contents before selecting one of the more elaborate creations, a delicate spiral-shaped pastry filled with what appeared to be an exotic mixture of cheeses, herbs, and spices. As she bit into it, her gaze drifted towards you for a fleeting moment. Did you sense a hint of approval or perhaps even curiosity? You returned your attention to the baker as he asked if you'd like him to wrap up some items for later in the day. His hands moved deftly over his work surface, expertly slicing and arranging an assortment of cheeses on one of those delicate ceramic plates that seemed to be all the rage among the elite. The sound of sizzling bread from within the oven provided a soothing background hum. As you made your selection, opting for a crusty loaf, some olives, and a few sweet pastries, Athena strolled off towards her chariot, which was parked nearby, its gleaming bronze surface reflecting the morning sun in dazzling highlights. You watched as she settled into the driver's seat, her eyes scanning the surrounding market stalls before turning to face you with an enigmatic smile. You took your leave of the baker and followed Athena out onto the agora, weaving through the bustling crowds that seemed to be growing by the minute. The sound of merchants hawking their wares, fresh produce, intricately woven textiles, or delicate trinkets from far-off lands, filled the air as you navigated towards Athena's chariot. The ride was surprisingly smooth for a vehicle pulled by two snorting mules, who seemed to be enjoying themselves almost as much as Athena. As you rode through the agora, the sounds of commerce and trade grew louder. Merchants haggling over prices, artisans demonstrating their skills on intricately carved stones or delicate bronze surfaces. You watched in fascination as Athena expertly guided her chariot around a particularly tight corner, her eyes never leaving the road ahead even for an instant. You sensed that she was more than just a visitor to this bustling marketplace. There was something about her very presence that commanded attention and respect from all who saw her pass by. Eventually, you arrived at your destination, a modest but pleasant-looking tavern on one of the outskirts of the city, its sign creaking gently in the breeze. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of roasting meats, slow-cooked lamb or goat, perhaps. Your stomach growled in anticipation as Athena led her chariot into an empty corner near the rear entrance. She stepped down from the driver's seat and approached you, a small basket slung over one arm. "Let us eat," she said with a quiet smile, leading you towards a table where a young servant was setting out two steaming platters of food alongside a jug of wine and a pitcher of fresh water. You settled in for a leisurely meal amidst the sounds of conversation from nearby patrons. Low murmurs about politics or commerce gave way to boisterous laughter as some group celebrated an anniversary. The air inside the tavern was thick with the smells of roasting meats, baking bread, and perhaps something else, a hint of sweat carried on the breeze that wafted in through the open door. Your meal consisted of roasted lamb wrapped in strips of papyrus-wrapped pastry, accompanied by a side dish of fragrant herbs and delicate cheese. As you ate, Athena sipped her wine with an air of quiet satisfaction, her eyes occasionally drifting towards the crowds outside as if keeping watch over something or someone. After finishing your meal, you leaned back into the couch, feeling pleasantly full but still slightly energized from all the sights and smells that had assaulted your senses. The tavern's patrons began to disperse around this time, some heading home for a midday rest, while others prepared for an evening of revelry. Athena stood up, brushing crumbs from her robes as she glanced at you with a hint of curiosity. "Tell me," she said quietly, "about your day thus far." Your thoughts drifted back to the bakery and its enticing aromas. Perhaps it was time to explore other parts of town. You pondered this for a moment before responding, letting your gaze wander over Athena's calm features as you launched into an account of your morning experiences. The sounds of commerce outside seemed to fade into the background as you spoke with her about life in ancient Greece, from market stalls filled with fresh produce and intricately woven textiles to the complex rituals surrounding daily meals. The shadows cast by nearby torches grew longer, illuminating Athena's features with an otherworldly glow. Her eyes seemed to hold a quiet intensity as she listened attentively, asking occasional questions about your experiences in Athens and its people. You chatted quietly for what felt like hours, the passage of time becoming indistinct amidst all these everyday moments. Eventually, you noticed that evening was setting in. Torches were being lit outside, casting flickering shadows across nearby buildings as vendors set up their wares for an evening crowd. The air inside the tavern grew thick with new scents, roasting meats and baking bread mingling with something else. A faint hint of sweat carried on the breeze. You stood to leave alongside Athena, exchanging quiet words about your day's events before parting ways near her chariot parked at the rear entrance. As you watched her take up the reins once more, you couldn't help but wonder what other experiences awaited in this vast and unpredictable world. Perhaps an evening stroll along the city walls, or a visit to one of those legendary symposia where poets would recite their latest creations amidst good wine and lively conversation. With that thought lingering on your mind like a gentle breeze, You set off into the gathering dusk, following Athena's chariot as it vanished into the growing shadows. As you followed Athena's chariot, its golden armor glinting softly in the fading light, you found yourself winding through narrow alleys and bustling marketplaces, the air thick with the smells of roasting meats and freshly baked bread. The sounds of the city seemed to grow louder with every step, vendors calling out their wares, donkeys braying in the distance, the clanging of pots from the nearby cookhouses. You navigated through this sea of humanity with a practiced ease, weaving past stalls overflowing with olives, grapes, and fresh fish, the pungent aromas mingling together in a heady bouquet. The sun had begun to dip below the rooftops now, casting long shadows across the cobblestones as you walked. Athena's chariot led the way, its horses' hooves echoing off the stone buildings like a steady heartbeat. You trailed behind, your eyes drinking in the sights and sounds of this vibrant city, its people rushing to finish their day's work before nightfall, its animals scurrying for shelter from the coming darkness. As you turned a corner, the sound of laughter and music drifted through an open courtyard, beckoning you toward one of the many taverns that lined these streets. The sign above the entrance creaked in the gentle breeze, the Red Griffin. You had passed by this very spot earlier today when Athena's chariot had paused for a brief moment to let out some tired horses. Now it seemed fate was bringing you back to its doorstep. Inside, the tavern was warm and crowded, the air thick with smoke from the fire pit in the center of the room. Patrons laughed and chatted as they nursed cups of wine or poured foamy ale into clay jugs, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of candles and oil lamps suspended from the rafters above. A lone musician sat on a stool near the hearth, plucking at his lyre with fingers that moved deftly over its strings, an old man with wispy white hair and eyes like two glinting stars, lost in some distant memory. You slid onto a bench near the bar, feeling the worn wood creak beneath you as you settled. A burly bartender with a red beard poured you a cup of wine from a clay jug, wiping his hands on a dirty apron before handing it over to you with a grin that seemed to hold a hint of curiosity or perhaps even recognition. You took a sip, letting the cool liquid slide down your throat as you surveyed this lively gathering. Nearby, a group of young men were engaged in an animated discussion about the latest news from Thebes, something to do with King Creon's refusal to allow Antigone her father's proper burial. They spoke in hushed tones, their faces intent on one another, and yet, amidst all this gravity, someone had managed to slip a joke into the conversation. Now they were all laughing together like friends sharing an inside joke. As you listened to their banter, your own thoughts strayed back to Athena's chariot, which still lingered in memory as if it might reappear at any moment. You wondered what its occupants would be doing next, perhaps visiting some noble family for dinner. Nor paying a call on the Oracle of Delphi herself. In the tavern, meanwhile, life seemed to be unfolding like clockwork. People came and went with their stories, mugs were filled from clay jugs, the fire crackled in the hearth. And yet, despite its warm, welcoming atmosphere, something about this scene felt incongruous, as if a single thread had been pulled loose, leaving behind a faint tremor that you couldn't quite grasp. Nearby, an elderly woman sat huddled by herself at a table near the window, her eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the rooftops. Her hands were clasped together in her lap like two small birds perched for flight, and though she seemed oblivious to everything around her, there was something almost expectant about her posture, as if waiting for something or someone to arrive from just over the horizon. As you watched this old woman lost in thought, a faint scent wafted through the tavern's air, damp earth mixed with leaves and wet stone. Someone had recently walked by or perhaps stepped into a muddy track. You couldn't quite place it, but there was something about that smell that seemed to speak of rain. Looking around at your fellow patrons now, you noticed how their faces reflected this same atmosphere. Some eyes looked darkly worried, the young men discussing Thebes, while others shone brightly with anticipation, that expectant look on the old woman's face. Everyone seemed poised between two worlds, yesterday and tomorrow, caught up in a web of stories yet to be woven, of events about to unfold. The musician at the hearth plucked out another few bars on his lyre. Its melody drifted through the air like the ghostly thread you'd been trying to grasp. And though it seemed impossible for all these disparate threads to come together into anything more than a tapestry of fragmented moments, there was something in their intermingling that felt almost familiar. With that thought, or perhaps just the gentle motion of your own breathing, you looked down at your wine cup and saw its rim glistening with moisture. You took another sip, letting the liquid ease down into your chest like a cool breeze on an early summer day. You took another sip, letting the liquid ease down into your chest like a cool breeze on an early summer day. The sun was high overhead now, casting long shadows across the terracotta-tiled floor of your family's modest home in ancient Athens. You felt the warmth seep into your skin as you set the cup aside and stood up from your stool. Your mother called out to you from the kitchen area, "Cleonikos, come wash your hands." The smell of fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the acrid tang of olives being pounded into a paste for lunch. You rubbed the sleep from your eyes and ambled over to the small sink. As you turned on the water, it splashed against your skin in rhythmic bursts, washing away the remnants of breakfast crumbs and yesterday's dust. Your mother handed you a bundle of slender twigs, toothbrushes she called them, bound together with a strip of dried vine. You dipped one into a small bowl of ashes mixed with water, creating a foamy paste. You squeezed some of this concoction onto the end of your chosen twig and began to scrub at your teeth in circular motions. The twigs were surprisingly effective at dislodging loose food particles from between your molars, but you had to be careful not to press too hard. It was said that excessive pressure could damage the delicate roots of your teeth. The sensation was oddly soothing, like being scratched behind the ears by a contented cat. You couldn't help but wonder what the gods thought about this peculiar custom. Did Athena smile upon your efforts at oral hygiene? Or perhaps Zeus found it amusing to watch mortals fumble with sticks and ashes in an attempt to clean their teeth. As you rinsed out your twig, the water splashed against your skin once more. You noticed that the sound was now accompanied by a faint melody. Your younger sister, Theodota, had begun to play her lyre near the window, letting the sun-drenched light dance across her fingers as she plucked the strings. The sweet scent of blooming herbs wafted through the air from the nearby market. You could almost smell the sweetness of fresh figs and grapes being sold by the vendors. Your stomach growled in anticipation of lunchtime. Your mother chuckled at this, handing you a small cloth to wipe away any remaining ash residue. "Come eat with us today," she said with a gentle smile. "We'll have some bread, olives, and perhaps even some fresh cheese if we're lucky." You beamed at the prospect of devouring a satisfying meal under the watchful gaze of your family's household gods, Athena in her armor, Apollo on his lyre. The morning sunlight cast intricate patterns across the walls as you made your way back to your stool. Your stomach was rumbling now, demanding attention from your distracted mind. You wondered what stories would be shared at lunchtime, perhaps a retelling of Perseus's bravery against Medusa or the exploits of Theseus in Crete. Your mother called out again, this time summoning you for a quick visit to the nearby olive grove. The wind rustled through the leaves as you strolled alongside her and your sister. You breathed deeply, taking in the scent of fresh earth and greenery that seemed to grow sweeter with each passing day. You passed by the local temple dedicated to Artemis, goddess of the hunt. Its gleaming marble reflected shards of sunlight like a scattering of broken mirrors across the courtyard. A group of young priests were busy preparing for an upcoming festival, carefully arranging garlands made from fresh flowers and leaves in honor of the moon goddess. As you watched them work, your sister began to hum softly, her voice weaving in and out of the gentle breeze like a hidden melody. The sounds blended together, rustling leaves, chirping birds, the distant clanging of hammers on metal as blacksmiths worked their trade nearby. It created an enchanting harmony that enveloped you whole. You found yourself lost in the serenity of this moment, nothing pressing to attend to, no wars to fight or monsters to slay. Just a simple day unfolding, filled with familiar routines and comforting sounds. The world seemed tranquil enough for now. Perhaps even Zeus was pleased with your efforts at oral hygiene. As you strolled back home, carrying the scent of olive groves within you, the sun climbed higher in the sky, its warmth seeping into every pore like a soothing balm. Your stomach growled louder now. It was almost time to sit down for lunch and listen, as your family regaled each other with tales from days past. You took another sip of that cool liquid earlier today, which had gone on to soothe your chest so effectively. The memory lingered within you still, like a faint echo of music carried away by the breeze. You're walking through the Agora, the bustling marketplace of ancient Greece, surrounded by the vibrant sounds and smells of everyday life. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts from a nearby oven, enticing your senses as you navigate through the crowded stalls. You pass by vendors selling all manner of goods, fresh produce, intricately woven textiles, and shiny pottery. As you make your way through the throng, the sound of haggling merchants fills the air, their raised voices weaving in and out of the chatter like a rich tapestry. The sun beats down upon your skin, warming the dusty cobblestones beneath your feet. You feel the gentle sweat beating on your forehead as you weave past a group of rowdy young men engaging in an animated debate about the latest athletic feats. Eventually, you find yourself standing before the grand entrance to a lavish banquet hall. The sound of laughter and clinking glasses carries out into the agora, drawing you in like a magnet. You take a deep breath, feeling the anticipation build within you as you prepare to enter this grand space. As you push open the doors, a warm golden light spills out onto the cobblestones, accompanied by the sweet scent of roasting meats and fresh herbs. You step inside, your eyes adjusting to the dimmer lighting after being outdoors in the bright sunlight. The banquet hall is filled with an assortment of characters, gods, goddesses, heroes, and mortals alike, all gathered around a sumptuous feast laid out before them. You notice that some guests are seated at high tables, while others have claimed spots on low stools or cushions scattered about the room. The air is thick with conversation as people engage in lively discussions about politics, philosophy, and the latest scandals from Mount Olympus. The sound of clinking glasses and merriment fills the space, punctuated by occasional bursts of laughter. You notice that some guests seem to be engaging in spirited debates, their voices rising above the din as they make passionate arguments. As you scan the room, your gaze falls upon a nearby table where Dionysus sits regally at its head, surrounded by his loyal companions, satyrs and maenads who have been drawn from the wild woods. They laugh and jest with one another, their wine cups raised in toasts as they celebrate some unknown occasion. Meanwhile, Demeter's stern expression catches your eye as she stands near the entrance of the hall, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of disrespect towards her beloved daughter Persephone. She seems a bit out of place among this boisterous crowd, preferring the quiet solitude of the countryside to these grand gatherings. You notice that even amidst all the commotion and gaiety, there is an undercurrent of unease, a sense that some tension has been building beneath the surface. It's as if everyone is holding their breath, waiting for something to happen, though no one quite knows what it might be. As you continue to observe this lively gathering, your attention becomes drawn to a nearby table where Poseidon sits with his entourage of seagulls and dolphins. He seems engrossed in conversation with someone, perhaps Athena or Zeus themselves. Their voices hushed as they discuss some matter that requires utmost discretion. At the same time, you catch glimpses of other figures moving through the crowd. Hermes flitting about with a mischievous grin on his face, Hephaestus laboring at one end of the room to keep everyone's wine cups full, and Apollo strumming an enchanting melody on his lyre near the entrance. You take in all these sights, sounds, and scents as you weave your way through the crowd, trying not to draw attention to yourself amidst this whirlwind of activity. Yet it seems as though no one has noticed you quite yet. They're too caught up in their own revelries to care about a single stranger standing at the periphery. As you move deeper into the room, you begin to notice that people are starting to get restless, perhaps due to the length of time spent seated and the weight of their full bellies. Conversations start to flag as guests lean back against cushions or stretch out arms above their heads in a bid for comfort. Even Demeter seems more relaxed now, her expression softening ever so slightly. Your eyes continue to rove about the room, drinking in all these tiny details. How Apollo's lyre glows softly under the flickering torchlight, the quiet way that Hephaestus serves wine without drawing attention to himself, always the invisible but indispensable figure at such gatherings. You catch yourself wondering whether you'll ever have a chance to speak with anyone important, or if it will be just another face in this crowd of mythological luminaries. You take a deep breath and decide to push your luck. Perhaps now is as good a time as any to try striking up a conversation. Carefully, you navigate through the thickest part of the crowd, trying not to spill anyone's drink or knock over any plates, until finally you find yourself within arm's reach of Poseidon. Just then, however, disaster strikes. Your stomach growls loudly in protest at being seated for too long. The sound echoes through the room like a minor earthquake, drawing everyone's attention towards you with an unpleasant start. Even Demeter raises her head from its slumped position now, looking somewhat embarrassed as she catches sight of the commotion. It seems that nothing can remain hidden or subtle in this place. Every small embarrassment or discomfort has the potential to become public knowledge within mere seconds. You feel your face growing hot with mortification, wondering whether you'll ever escape without drawing any more unwanted attention. As it happens, however, things could have been far worse. At least no one had chosen that moment to point out an annoying sound carried on the breeze outside. A faint buzzing noise starts up in the background, like a tiny swarm of insects flitting about. You can't help but feel a little annoyed, for you know exactly what's making this infernal din. A group of flies has somehow managed to sneak into the banquet hall through some hidden opening, and now buzzes around your head with increasing persistence. Your attempts to shoo them away seem only to encourage more, until they begin swirling about like tiny tornadoes above the tables, their high-pitched whine rising in pitch as you try to swat at them. It's not exactly the most pleasant experience, especially since it seems as though no one else has even noticed these unwelcome guests. It occurs to you that perhaps this is some sort of cruel joke on your part, a moment when, for once, everyone might actually be more concerned with their own problems than yours. Still, you can't help but feel embarrassed about drawing attention away from the grand festivities and onto something as mundane and annoying as flies. As these pesky insects continue to dance above your head, it's hard not to wonder what other unexpected surprises this gathering might have in store. As these pesky insects continue to dance above your head, it's hard not to wonder what other unexpected surprises this gathering might have in store for you. You take a sip of the sweet, floral wine that has been passed around the circle, feeling the cool liquid trickle down your throat as you gaze out at the assembly of scribes and scholars gathered before you. You're one of them, after all, a humble scribe tasked with recording the tales and legends of old Greece. Your fingers move deftly over the papyrus sheet in front of you, tracing the intricate curves of ancient script as you listen to the murmur of conversation around you. The sun beats down on your head, warming the stone pavement beneath your feet, but within the shaded recesses of this agora, all is calm and serene. You feel a gentle breeze rustling the leaves of nearby olive trees, their gnarled branches swaying softly in the air like nature's own dance partners. As you scribble away, you become aware of the faint scent of baking bread wafting from a nearby bakery, an enticing aroma that makes your stomach growl with hunger. You've been up since before dawn and it's mid-morning already. Perhaps after this gathering concludes, you'll take a short stroll to grab some fresh-baked flatbread for lunch. Meanwhile, the assembly has grown more animated, their voices rising in debate over some obscure point of mythology. You recognize the subject matter, the latest theories on Hestia's role as goddess of hearth and home. One scribe leans forward, a look of rapt attention etched on her face, while another nods enthusiastically from across the circle. You find yourself caught up in their discussion, your mind straying back to the numerous scrolls you've spent countless hours poring over, seeking out clues to unravel the tangled threads of ancient legend. Your hand slows as you transcribe the latest passage, lost in thought. A gentle voice interrupts your reverie. Psst. Excuse me, you glance up from your writing to see a fellow scribe, Elpis, beckoning discreetly with her hand. She glances around at the others before leaning in closer, her eyes wide with excitement. What's all this about? You whisper back, gesturing for her to continue. I just overheard some whispers, she says quietly, about an incoming shipment from Egypt, crates of fresh papyrus and new ink supplies. Elpis pauses, a mischievous glint flickering across her face. It seems the chief scribe has decided it's time we upgrade our equipment. Imagine having access to those fine Egyptian reeds and pigments. Your heart skips a beat at this prospect. The endless hours of labor would be vastly simplified with such an influx of superior materials. Just then, the leader of your group stands up from his seat near the center of the circle. Friends, he says in a rich baritone voice, I think it's time we got back on track. We have much to cover today, not least of which is our discussion on Hestia. You take another sip of wine as Elpis shoots you an apologetic smile and gestures for her to start over. The air grows heavy with anticipation once more. The rustle of scrolls, scribbled notes, and murmured conversations becomes a gentle hum in the background. The chief scribe clears his throat to signal the beginning of the discussion, but as he begins to speak, you catch yourself zoning out again. You glance down at your own papyrus sheet, watching with detachment as your pen scratches away across its surface. A nearby child starts crying, and a mother soothes her gently outside. The muffled sounds provide an odd counterpoint to the lively debate within the circle. Your thoughts drift back to those precious Egyptian supplies. When might you finally get to work on something new? Would it mean leaving behind the familiar world of olive oil-scented parchment? For now, though, your duty remains clear. Continue transcribing this epic poem as accurately and lovingly as possible. You breathe in deeply through your nose, letting the smell of ink and dust envelop you. As one scribe turns a page, an edge catches the faint light filtering into the agora, creating tiny shimmers on its surface like fleeting promises from some other realm. Another scribbles furiously across her own sheet. Nearby, a pair engages in hushed tones about their latest research findings. With every gentle scratch of your pen and each quiet moment spent immersed within this world of mythic tales, the sounds around you become more muted, until it's almost as if time itself has slowed to match the measured pace of your hand moving across papyrus. Oh, and yet, there are moments when even these hours can feel like an eternity. You pause for a sip of wine and glance out at the crowd once more, watching how each face is lost in their own world, some scribbling furiously while others simply sit with eyes closed, as if trying to absorb every thread of conversation. When you breathe again, it's as if your chest has expanded, the world becomes slightly larger. As you breathe again, it's as if your chest has expanded. The world becomes slightly larger, and with each passing moment, the sounds of everyday life grow louder, the clanging of pots from the kitchen, the murmur of conversation in the courtyard, the soft chirping of birds outside. You are back among mortals now, navigating the complexities of public places. You stroll through the agora, weaving past pedestrians carrying woven baskets and wooden stalls selling fresh produce. The scent of olive oil wafts through the air, mingling with the earthy smell of clay pottery on display at a nearby vendor's stand. At each stall, you pause to peruse the offerings, a pyramid of apples so perfectly stacked it seems more art than mere food, baskets overflowing with juicy grapes that spill onto the cobblestone floor, leaving behind small puddles of purple juice. You wander through this marketplace for what feels like hours, absorbing the sights and sounds. People pass by you, artisans hawking their wares, children playing tag between market stalls, merchants counting out coins on wooden ledgers, each with their own story to tell, but none that seem particularly remarkable at first glance. Their faces are weathered from years spent under the Mediterranean sun, skin tanned and leathery, hair worn back in a manner that speaks of long-standing tradition. You arrive at a public bathhouse, its entrance flanked by two imposing stone statues depicting Athena's great exploits, the battles she fought on behalf of her people, the wisdom she dispensed to those seeking guidance. The air inside is thick with steam and the scent of hot oil used for massages. It clings to your skin like a damp shroud as you move through the crowded corridors. You pause at each station, a barber carefully shaving the necks of two clients who look on in mild discomfort as their whiskers fall away, an herbalist offering samples from her collection of dried flowers and leaves, each one imbued with supposed medicinal properties that have yet to be proven. The water's edge beckons. You shed your robes, leaving them draped over a hook near the entrance, and slide into the warm waters of the public bath. The sensation is almost like sinking into a soft bed after a long day's walk, comforting, soothing, but still somehow invigorating. As you settle in among other bathers, their eyes meet yours with varying degrees of interest or disinterest. Some nod in acknowledgement while others seem to be lost in thought. Your gaze wanders around the room. Women lounging on raised platforms near the windows, where sunlight filters through the shutters and casts intricate patterns across the stone floor. They lounge there, legs splayed at odd angles as they attend to their hair, combing out tangles with wide-toothed combs or anointing themselves with oil from delicate terracotta vessels. Men nearby are seated on benches along one wall, intent on a conversation that appears to be about the finer points of olive cultivation. A young girl enters the bathhouse, her eyes downcast as she navigates through the crowded space. She clutches a clay jug tightly in her hand and looks like someone who's been sent on an errand, rather than choosing to participate in this communal ritual herself. Her mother stands near the water's edge, watching with a keen eye that misses nothing, probably ensuring that this child doesn't get too comfortable or fall into any of the more interesting conversations. You notice her gaze and follow it. There are several people around you who seem completely at ease within their own skin, while others appear almost on guard. Some, like the young girl's mother, watch with keen interest as if they're constantly sizing up potential allies or enemies in this public space. A few look relaxed enough but still manage to keep one eye on the exit, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. A gentle voice beside you speaks out of nowhere. "Excuse me, friend." You turn to find yourself facing a man with a well-groomed beard and eyes that seem friendly rather than intrusive. He gestures towards his own skin where several raised bumps have formed due to some sort of infection, possibly related to the hot baths themselves, or perhaps an indication of underlying health issues. His tone suggests concern but not quite fear, which somehow makes you feel more at ease around him. Conversation flows easily from this point forward. He discusses the benefits and drawbacks of using public bathhouses as a social space versus just for cleanliness. Mentions a few acquaintances who have started to use nearby hot springs in an attempt to alleviate their symptoms. His words blend into yours seamlessly, or so it seems, until you start paying closer attention. As you continue talking, your thoughts begin to wander towards the people around you. Each face, each story hidden behind those features that reveal nothing and everything at once. Some glance your way occasionally, others studiously ignore you as if maintaining eye contact would somehow obligate them into conversation. Still more appear oblivious, lost in their own worlds of thought or physical labor. Their avoidance seems almost instinctual now. Sidestepping direct gaze is a habit learned from childhood, reinforced through social norms passed down through generations. You realize that avoiding eye contact isn't just about shyness but also self-preservation. It's an unspoken understanding within these public spaces, like any unwritten rule that governs behavior without needing to be explicitly stated. The conversation with your new acquaintance meanders on until you both pause, lost in separate thoughts as the world around you becomes quieter. In this momentary lull, a young woman nearby catches your eye and holds it for what feels like an eternity, not aggressively or flirtatiously, but rather curious. You can't quite tell. Your gaze drifts back to the man beside you. His eyes seem drawn to yours now too, as if there's something he wants to say that only comes up when they're locked in this shared moment. His expression shifts between a mixture of understanding and puzzlement, like trying to decipher an obscure joke someone has just told. The woman nearby finally breaks the spell by shifting her weight on the stone bench. It scrapes against the floor, sending out vibrations through your feet as she settles back into her seat. Your new acquaintance clears his throat discreetly before resuming their conversation about public health. Time passes like this, without fanfare or significant events to define its passage, a series of small moments that blend together in an endless tapestry of daily life. As you continue on, there's the faint scent of cooking meat wafting through the corridors. Another client arrives at the barber station and waits patiently for his turn. Bathers around you start moving towards the exit, signaling the end of their time here, while those who remain seem intent on staying longer or perhaps just basking in this atmosphere. You follow one group out into the agora, passing beneath a series of arches that cast intricate shadows across the cobblestone floor as sunlight filters through from above. Beyond these passageways lies yet another world, bustling markets filled with fresh produce and exotic goods, people hurrying past to attend their daily duties, farmers tending livestock or artisans crafting goods for sale in nearby stalls. Each individual within this scene has a story hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered by someone willing to look beyond appearances. But as you pause at an intersection, observing those around you with renewed curiosity, your gaze meets that of another person. For an instant, just long enough not to notice anything out of place, their eyes hold yours in mutual understanding. We're all here together in this shared space, each one carrying secrets and experiences waiting to be explored. Then they look away, blending seamlessly back into the crowd as if never having locked gazes with you at all. You feel a slight pang of disappointment, but also relief that the moment passed without awkwardness. Just another subtle reminder of how avoiding eye contact can become an unspoken rule within these public places. The sounds and smells of daily life continue to surround you, inviting deeper exploration into this intricate tapestry, where each face hides multiple stories. Every conversation conceals potential allies or hidden adversaries. Yet in the midst of all these mundane details, so ordinary they almost seem invisible, lies a world rich with possibility, full of moments waiting to be discovered by someone willing to look beyond the surface level. As you continue on your path through this public space, it's as if each person around you becomes more than just their immediate presence, They're also temporary companions navigating life alongside other mortals. The realization fills you with a new sense of calm, understanding that in every interaction lies potential connection, be it fleeting or lasting, significant or inconsequential. And so the day wears on like this, an endless series of encounters and shared moments within this public space where stories remain hidden but not entirely invisible, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to engage with others. As you sit on a worn stone bench, watching the sun's gentle descent beyond the Acropolis' rugged silhouette, you can't help but feel a sense of familiarity with this city. Its cobbled streets, its bustling marketplaces, and the seemingly endless conversations that swirl around every corner like wisps of dust in a summer breeze. The air is alive with whispers and murmurs, the hum of everyday life as people from all walks of society go about their daily routines, their stories intertwine like the threads on an old tapestry. You notice a group of women gathered near the Agora's central fountain, their faces bent in concentration as they haggle over the price of fresh vegetables. The scent of olive oil and vinegar wafts through the air as they expertly inspect each bunch, their fingers deftly separating leaves from stems with an ease that speaks to years of practice. In the background, a lone musician begins to play a mournful tune on his lyre, its melancholy notes weaving in and out of the cacophony like a lamenting sigh. As you sit there, lost in this tableau of everyday life, your gaze drifts toward the nearby marketplace. The smells wafting from the vendors' stalls are an assault on your senses. Pungent cheese, sweet honeyed cakes, and the musky tang of fresh fish. The sounds blend together in a rich tapestry of human experience, each moment building upon the last like the layers on a well-loved cloak. You recall walking through these same streets with your own mother years ago, her hand guiding yours as you navigated the cobblestones with clumsy feet. She'd point out landmarks and share stories about their history, weaving them into an intricate narrative that seemed to shift and change with each retelling like a living thing. Her laughter would ring out above the din of the market, infectious in its warmth and genuine joy. Now, as you sit here alone, surrounded by the humdrum routines of people going about their business, you notice something peculiar, an elderly man sitting on another bench nearby, his back bent from years of stooping over his loom. His hands are still deftly weaving a new length of cloth, but there's something wistful in his eyes as he gazes out at the cityscape unfolding before him. You wonder what stories he might hold within those lines creased with age, stories of battles fought and won, or perhaps the quiet moments shared between loved ones on summer evenings like this one. As you watch, a gentle breeze stirs through the marketplace, rustling leaves and carrying whispers from distant conversations toward you. You feel as though you're being drawn into some hidden world beneath the surface of everyday life, where stories are woven together by threads both visible and invisible. In time, your gaze drifts back to the elderly man, now watching a young couple stroll hand in hand through the Agora's central square. The air is filled with the soft rustle of their footsteps as they pause before each stall, taking turns selecting flowers from a colorful array, sunflowers towering above zinnias and marigolds, alike like beacons of light in an otherwise monochromatic scene. You realize that this too is just another part of life's fabric, the countless little moments shared between strangers who become familiar faces over time, the laughter echoing through alleys once crowded with people now gone but still remembered. Each instant becomes a building block for something greater, stories woven together by hands both invisible and visible. As you sit there basking in this sea of quiet sounds and muted colors, your thoughts return to that initial realization. Every person has their own thread to weave into the tapestry of life's narrative. It could be an encounter with a stranger on some street corner, the sharing of a meal between friends, or perhaps even just watching two lovers stroll hand in hand through this very marketplace. With each passing moment, you feel your thoughts becoming more fluid, untethered from concerns about past triumphs and defeats, until they're free to explore all that surrounds them. People talking quietly with one another over steaming mugs of wine, children playing tag around the base of towering statues, or merchants haggling in an effort to secure better prices on their goods. As twilight begins its descent, bathing everything in a warm orange glow like the light within some ancient vessel, you notice your eyelids growing heavy, weighty as stones sinking into the depths of the Aegean. You realize that for all these countless threads woven together by hands both seen and unseen, perhaps it's time to let go of holding onto any one thread too tightly. As a soft breeze carries in whispers from distant conversations toward you, the city begins its gradual transformation, sounds growing softer still as darkness slowly seeps into the crevices between buildings, lights flickering like candles along some forgotten path. With each step further into night's quiet realm, the world around you becomes a canvas waiting for new stories to be painted upon it. In this fading light where shadows stretch and merge with silhouettes, your thoughts begin their slow drift towards sleep, carrying all these memories of city life like wisps on the breeze. As you stand beneath the worn wooden awning of your family's modest dwelling, the fading light of day whispers its goodbyes to another weary cycle. The air, heavy with the scent of wood smoke and fresh bread, carries on it the faintest hint of olive oil, a reminder that tonight will be a night for soap making. You are here in this small courtyard, surrounded by terracotta pots overflowing with herbs, thyme, rosemary, and oregano. Their fragrance mingles with the pungent aroma wafting from your sister's loom, where she weaves intricate patterns on fine linen. The rhythmic creak of her shuttle and the soft mutter of her concentration create a soothing melody that seems to weave itself into the fabric of evening. Your mother emerges from the doorway, carrying a large wooden tub filled with water drawn from the nearby well. She sets it down gently beside you, its metal rim glinting in the dim light. As she begins to pour in small quantities of olive oil and animal fat, rendered from last winter's slaughter, the air takes on an inviting aroma that makes your stomach rumble softly. In this warm, domestic atmosphere, the sounds of the city outside begin their gradual retreat into the distance. The chatter of passers-by, the clanging of pots from a nearby kitchen, the soft tolling of temple bells. The wind stirs, carrying with it the whispers of trees in the surrounding hills, a gentle lullaby that seems to grow more soothing as night descends. You watch, fascinated, as your mother carefully adds a pinch of finely ground ashes to the mixture. These come from last season's bonfires, where families gathered to purify and renew themselves for another year. The gray powder dissolves slowly into the liquid, releasing tiny bubbles that dance on its surface like fireflies on a summer night. As you breathe in this rich scent, equal parts earthy, floral, and animal-like, your mind begins to wander back to the bustling streets of Athens. You remember walking alongside the Agora's grand colonnade, surrounded by merchants hawking their wares, olives from Eli's, fine silks from Tyre, fresh fish from the docks. The cacophony of sounds, sights, and smells was almost overwhelming, a sensory tapestry that now seems to be slowly unraveling as evening sets in. Your mother's hands move with practiced ease, stirring the mixture into a smooth consistency. She dips her fingers into the liquid, feeling its temperature before pronouncing it ready for use. You watch, mesmerized by this ritual of soap making, one that has been passed down through generations of women in your family. As she begins to pour the lime mixture back into smaller containers, you catch a glimpse of yourself reflected in the tub's surface. The faint lines around your eyes from squinting at the sun, the smudge of dust on your nose, and the wisps of hair that always seem to escape your attempt at taming them. Your expression is one of quiet observation, as if trying to make sense of all this domesticity, these small routines that have become so much a part of you. Your mother's eyes meet yours for an instant, and in their depths, you see a deep understanding. It's not just soap she's making tonight. It's memories, family traditions passed down through the years, whispers of love and care embedded within each carefully crafted bar. You sense that this is more than just practical necessity. This labor of love is also an offering to your household, to those who will wash with these soaps and carry a piece of you into their own lives. As night deepens, shadows cast by the flickering candles in the courtyard grow longer, like dark tentacles reaching out from the walls. The air cools slightly, dew begins its slow descent onto the olive trees outside your door. You listen to this symphony of quiet sounds, the cricket's staccato beat, the soft hooting of owls, and the steady dripping of water into the well below. Your mother hands you a small wooden spoon, worn smooth by years of soap making, inviting you to help with the next step. The lye mixture now sits in separate containers, awaiting its turn at transformation. You dip your spoon into one container, then another, stirring each carefully until they're both fully incorporated into the main batch. The sound of mixing fills the courtyard, a soothing melody that ebbs and flows like the gentle current of the nearby river. In this peaceful atmosphere, where even the occasional bark from a distant dog seems more like a lullaby than an alarm, you feel your eyelids growing heavy, as if weighed down by the richness of these small domestic rituals. As you continue to stir, lost in the rhythmic motion and scent-filled air, time itself begins to warp and bend. Memories from earlier that day start to seep into the present. A conversation with an elderly neighbor about last season's olive harvest. The way sunlight danced across your sister's weaving as she worked on new patterns for next year's festival. Or perhaps it was just another argument over whose turn it is to fetch fresh water from the well. These recollections blend and swirl, becoming indistinguishable from one another, like wisps of smoke that vanish into the night. Your mother's hands guide yours through the final stages of soap making, pouring the mixture onto a flat surface, letting it cool until firm enough for cutting, then carefully slicing each bar with the sharp edge of your brother-in-law's razor. In this quiet, candlelit world, where shadows stretch and merge like dark brushstrokes on canvas, you find yourself standing at the threshold between wakefulness and sleep. Your thoughts begin their slow drift toward slumber, carrying all these memories of city life like wisps on the breeze, whispers of love and care embedded within each soap bar, the intricate patterns woven by your sister's skilled fingers. Or perhaps it was just another day in this small courtyard, surrounded by domestic routines that weave themselves into the fabric of family tradition. As night deepens further, with darkness now a gentle shroud wrapped around all things, you allow yourself to surrender. Sleep draws near, its siren song whispering sweet nothings about rest and rejuvenation. The last thing you remember is your mother's warm smile as she takes one final look at the soap bars drying in the courtyard, each carefully crafted piece imbued with love, care, and a sense of continuity that stretches back through generations. And so, enveloped by this peaceful atmosphere, where quiet sounds, scents, and shadows blend into an ever-changing tapestry, you let yourself be swept away on the tides of sleep. As you settle deeper into your slumber, a gentle breeze stirs through the olive groves outside, rustling the leaves with an almost imperceptible sigh. The warm light of the setting sun casts long shadows across the terracotta rooftops, weaving a soothing melody of dark and light. In ancient Greece, where myth and legend unfolded like a tapestry woven by the gods themselves, daily life continued unabated, its quiet rhythms punctuated only by the faint clanging of pots in distant kitchens or the soft chime of goat bells carried on the breeze. You find yourself standing amidst this tranquil scene, your feet bare against the cool earth as you make your way through a narrow alleyway between two ancient stone buildings. Your skin absorbs the gentle heat radiating from the walls, which have stood for centuries bearing witness to the comings and goings of mortals. The scent of fresh olives and baking bread wafts on the wind, mingling with the acrid tang of wood smoke carried on the breeze from a nearby hearth. Your nostrils flare as you breathe in deeply, savoring this sensory tapestry that weaves together the mundane threads of daily life. As you walk barefoot through these narrow streets, your steps quiet against the dust-covered stone, you notice how each footfall is met with an assortment of textures and sensations. The roughness of worn cobblestones beneath one toe, the smooth coolness of a shaded courtyard's flagstone, or the soft yielding give of damp earth where water has seeped through ancient cracks in the pavement. Each step forward becomes a sensory exploration, your skin drinking in the warmth from the sun-baked walls, the subtle vibrations transmitted through the ground as you walk over uneven stone slabs. Every sense is engaged, sight, sound, touch, as if to fully immerse yourself in this tranquil world where myth and reality blend like colors on an ancient fresco. In a nearby market square, vendors are setting up their stalls for the evening's trade. The creaking of wooden crates, the jangling of keys on leather pouches, and the murmurs of haggling merchants create a gentle undercurrent of sound that ebbs and flows like the tides themselves. As you wander through this scene, still barefoot, your footsteps quiet amidst the bustling commotion, you notice how each stall seems to have its own distinct scent. A heap of fresh herbs releases their fragrance into the air, thyme, rosemary, and oregano mingling with the faint sweetness of ripe fruit. Nearby, a stack of woven baskets emits an earthy aroma that speaks of damp soil and green shoots pushing through new growth. Each vendor's goods seems to have its own unique scent, as if their wares could be distilled into potent essences that capture the very essence of life itself. Your eyes wander over these sights and sounds, drinking in the details with a sense of wonder that comes from being fully present in this tranquil world. The vendors glance up at you with a mixture of curiosity and politeness, their faces creased by years of exposure to sun and wind. Some nod or smile, others simply acknowledge your presence before returning to their wares. As dusk begins its slow descent, casting long shadows across the market square, you find yourself approaching an old woman who stands at her stall, surrounded by a medley of colorful fabrics. Her hands move deftly as she folds and smooths out lengths of fine woolen cloth, each movement precise and deliberate, like a ritual being performed before your very eyes. She looks up to notice your gaze lingering on the array of colors spread before you. Indigo blues that shimmer in the fading light, yellows that seem almost golden by comparison, reds so deep they appear almost dark. The old woman smiles, her eyes creased into fine lines, like a map of all the laughter and tears she's lived through. Ah, she says softly, you have an eye for beauty, my friend. She pauses to take in your own worn sandals, half filled with dust from walking barefoot on stone. Her gaze lingers there before rising again to meet yours, a silent understanding passing between you like the faint rustle of leaves. The old woman gestures towards her stall, and without thinking, you reach out to touch the fine woolen fabric she's been smoothing so carefully. Your fingers brush against its texture, smooth as silk yet firm enough to hold its shape against the world's rough edges. The contact sends a shiver down your spine, almost imperceptible. In this moment of quiet intimacy between vendor and customer, something unspoken is conveyed, an understanding that transcends words or gestures. It's as if both parties are acknowledging their place within this larger tapestry, each living thread connected to countless others by the invisible bonds of shared experience. As dusk settles over ancient Greece like a soft blanket, shadows deepen across buildings and streets. Your bare feet move through this quiet world with an almost reverent slowness, pausing here and there to appreciate some small beauty or take in another scent carried on the breeze. Wood smoke from distant hearths, baking bread wafting up from nearby ovens. Your path carries you past a group of young children playing near the edge of town, their laughter carrying far into the evening air. You watch as they stumble and chase each other, their faces alight with an unbridled joy that seems almost untouched by the world's weighty matters. One child stumbles against your leg, looking up to smile before giggling uncontrollably at some private joke shared between them. Their hands are sticky from playing in a nearby orchard, sugar-dusted fingers tracing patterns on your skin as they cling to your leg for support. You feel the gentle pressure of their weight against your thigh and pause there for an instant, lost in this simple moment. The old woman's gaze meets yours across the way, her expression filled with understanding and perhaps a hint of something more, though it's hard to say what lies behind those creased eyes that seem to hold so many stories within them. In that brief glance, another thread is woven into the tapestry of shared human experience. As night deepens over Greece like a soft, dark blanket, shadows grow long and mysterious across buildings, trees, and hillsides. Stars begin their slow twinkle in the sky above, an ethereal show of light against the darkness, reminding that even here among mortals there exists another world vast, untouchable yet always present. Your bare feet carry you through this tranquil landscape with a sense of peace that comes from being enveloped by these quiet sounds and scents. Each step feels almost ceremonial in its slowness, as if the very act of walking is becoming an homage to life itself, precious moments gathered like fragile petals on a warm summer breeze. In ancient Greece, where myth unfolds through every waking moment, daily routines are infused with magic, hidden from view yet woven into each mundane task. Your walk becomes a gentle waltz across this landscape, feet bare and skin drinking in the warmth of stone walls as you make your way back to whatever home lies nearby. As night deepens its hold on ancient Greece, darkness gathers like an enveloping cloak that wraps around all myth and reality, blending into one seamless tapestry. In these quiet moments before sleep claims us once more, we find ourselves woven deeper within this shared narrative of life, each thread connected by love, loss, wonder, and the endless quest for meaning. And so, as you walk back toward your own home under the star-studded sky, a gentle breeze rustling leaves in distant olive groves, remember that even amidst mythic grandeur lies the quiet beauty of shared human experience. As you walk back toward your own home under the star-studded sky, a gentle breeze rustling leaves in distant olive groves, remember that even amidst mythic grandeur lies the quiet beauty of shared human experience. The stars above seem to twinkle in rhythm with the faint glow of torches flickering from windows and doorways, like tiny fireflies welcoming you home. You notice the smell of fish being sold on the streets, a familiar scent wafting through the air as vendors display their daily catch beneath awnings or on makeshift stalls. The sweet aroma of grilled fish mingling with the pungent tang of salted cod and the earthy smell of olives in brine. All these scents blend together to create an olfactory tapestry that's both comforting and mundane. As you walk, your feet carrying you through the quiet evening streets, you hear the soft murmur of conversations carried on by neighbors sharing their day with one another. A gentle argument over whose turn it was to water the communal garden's fig tree dissolves into laughter as a nearby child starts chasing after a playful puppy. The air is filled with the soothing sounds of everyday life, the creaking wooden doors, the clinking of pottery from kitchens in the distance, and the distant lowing of cattle being led back to their pens. Each sound blends seamlessly with another, creating a rich sonic tapestry that weaves together the mundane rhythms of daily existence. You pass by a group of young men gathered outside an ancient stone temple, its facade worn smooth by time and weather, who are engaged in a heated debate about which hero's exploits were more impressive: Perseus' defeat of Medusa or Theseus' slaying of the Minotaur. Their animated gestures as they argue over mythological minutiae only add to the gentle bustle of evening life. Beyond this lively gathering, you notice a small group huddled around a lantern near a nearby market stall, their faces lit up by its soft glow as they study an intricately carved wooden box, adorned with tiny symbols and markings. Their whispers hint at a mystery unfolding before your very eyes. Perhaps it's the passing down of knowledge or stories from one generation to another. You continue on toward home, leaving behind this gathering and the quiet street life that fills the evening air with its gentle murmurs. As you stroll along, the soft glow of torches seems to grow brighter in your peripheral vision, lighting up doorways and narrow alleyways alike. You feel a sense of belonging as you breathe in deeply, taking in the scent of old stone, damp earth, and wood smoke carried on by the evening breeze. As night's chill begins to creep into the air, people start gathering near their homes or huddled together under awnings. Their conversations take on more intimate tones now, with laughter often interrupted by affectionate touches between loved ones, a hand on a shoulder, an arm around a waist. In this twilight hour when day turns slowly toward night, daily life's quiet rhythms unfold like the petals of a flower as evening succumbs to darkness. Your footsteps lead you across cobblestone streets worn smooth over centuries underfoot. You glance down and notice how these ancient stones seem to carry their own stories, etched with countless footfalls that have traversed through history in this exact same path, each telling its tale as it yields itself slowly beneath your soles. The flickering torchlight above doorways seems to create an intricate dance of shadows on walls as people move within the warm glow of their homes. The air inside is thick with cooking scents, olive oil and garlic mingling in a mouthwatering fusion that tantalizes taste buds even from afar, beckoning you toward the cozy warmth and security found within. As night descends, a light rain begins to fall on this city bathed in mystery, carrying its own distinct scent of damp earth and moss rising up through ancient stones. The sound of droplets hitting stone streets echoes softly around you, creating an eerie background symphony that harmonizes with the evening's other sounds. Snoring cats huddled by fireplaces, chirping crickets providing their evening serenade, or the creaking wooden shutters as they slowly close. People begin to seek shelter beneath awnings and doorways now, the rain intensifying its gentle patter against rooftops. Your footsteps lead you toward your own home's front entrance, a small stoop of worn stone flanked by two tall pillars whose delicate carvings seem more like wisps than actual designs under the dim light. With each step, memories accumulate in this quiet evening, whispers from neighbors sharing their day over the city wall's ancient stones. The scent of roasting olives carried on rain-soaked air mingling with faint smoke still clinging to your clothes as you enter a world bathed in warmth and tranquility. You push open creaking wooden doors, ushering yourself into this intimate space filled with familiar scents, damp earth from the nearby garden, old wood polish, and the sweet residue of baking bread carried on by family hands. Shadows dance across walls within your home as you close door behind you, sealing out the rain's rhythmic patter. Soft candlelight flickering in a clay vase casts warm shadows that seem alive with possibility, each one telling its own story about people long gone, yet still remembered today through ancient tales of yore passed down by generations. Amidst these fleeting impressions, your mind settles into this haven filled with loving touches, hand-stitched tapestries, the comforting smell of olive oil on fresh bread wafting from the kitchen's warm hearth. You find yourself slowly losing track of time as evening succumbs to night, a gentle darkness that seeps through every corner of home and heart alike. In this peaceful refuge you've created for yourself amidst ancient stones and whispered tales, your eyelids begin to droop like petals closing in on the morning dew. As your eyelids begin to droop like petals closing in on the morning dew, you feel the weight of a warm summer evening settle upon you. The air is heavy with the scent of blooming myrtle and honeysuckle, carried on the gentle breeze that stirs the leaves of the olive trees outside your small abode. You are sitting cross-legged on a woven reed mat, surrounded by the soft glow of oil lamps placed strategically around the room to ward off any lingering shadows. The flickering flames dance upon the walls, casting an otherworldly light upon the tapestries that hang there, depicting scenes from mythic battles and epic quests. The colors seem to shift and deepen as you gaze upon them, drawing your eyes into their intricate patterns like a siren's call. Your eyelids grow heavier with each passing moment, but still, you feel an almost imperceptible thrill of excitement at the prospect of entering the realm of dreams. As you settle deeper into the soft folds of your cloak, the gentle rustle of its fabric against your skin becomes a soothing serenade, lulling you further into relaxation. Your thoughts begin to meander through the winding paths of mythic history, visiting familiar scenes and encounters like old friends gathered round a fireside. You recall how Persephone, the goddess of spring growth, had once spent 6 months in the underworld with her husband Hades, leaving behind a desolate winter landscape above. Her mother Demeter's grief was palpable as she wandered the earth, searching for her lost daughter amidst the bare trees and frozen streams. The memories seemed to unfurl like a scroll being unrolled by an invisible hand. The soft hooting of owls outside your window serves as a gentle reminder that even in mythic times, life persisted with its quiet rhythms. You think about how mortal women must have coped with their own struggles, managing households and children amidst the daily drudgery of domestic tasks. The sounds of laughter and argument mingled with the clanging of pots and pans from kitchens nearby, creating a tapestry of sound that wove together the disparate lives of ancient Greeks. Your thoughts drift to the task at hand, attending to nature's call in the dead of night. In this era before indoor plumbing, chamber pots were a necessary evil, their porcelain or clay vessels placed discreetly beneath your bed for nighttime use. You recall how your own grandmother would sometimes remark on the inconvenience of using such contraptions after dark. "You'll be stumbling about like a drunken satyr," she'd say with a chuckle, "trying to find that blasted pot without waking everyone in the household." And indeed it was true, navigating through the darkness, fumbling for the chamber pot's handle, and then attempting to aim one's waist into its waiting depths could be a precarious affair. The sounds of creaking wood and shifting blankets as you moved about were amplified by your own heightened awareness. As you ponder this mundane yet uncomfortable aspect of ancient life, the soft creaking of wooden beams above seems to harmonize with the quiet thumping in your chest. You are acutely aware that the act of emptying one's bladder at night is an exercise in stealth and delicacy, akin to a huntress stalking her prey through the shadows. The thought triggers a wry smile as you imagine the epic poets and bards attempting to render such a scene into verse or song. How would they spin it? As I rose from slumber's grasp to answer nature's summons dark and deep, perhaps something about the stealthy dance of moonlight on the wall or the silent thud of porcelain beneath my searching hand. Alas, you suspect their efforts might fall flat in comparison to your own mortifying experiences. Your eyelids grow even heavier now, as if weighted down by a gentle rain. The sounds outside seem to take on a more pronounced quality. Crickets chirping in the nearby olive grove, the distant barking of dogs, and the soft murmur of conversation from neighboring households carried on the breeze like an invisible tapestry. You are here suspended between waking and sleep, as the world around you gradually slows its pace. The lights outside your window begin to soften, casting long shadows across the walls that seem to whisper secrets in a language only known to those who dwell within their confines. As the room darkens further, the scent of myrtle and honeysuckle deepens, mingling with the faint tang of olive oil on your skin. You are enveloped by an atmosphere both calming and charged with mythic energy, like being held within the delicate curve of a shell that has been carried for centuries by the tides. Your breathing slows in tandem with the night air outside, carrying you further into the realm of dreams where mythical creatures roam free, their footsteps quiet on the moonlit paths. And as your eyelids finally succumb to the gentle tug of Morpheus's wings, you are there among them, a wanderer in a land of enchantment and wonder. The last thing you remember before surrendering to slumber is the faint rustling of leaves outside your window, their whispers carrying on into the darkness like an eternal chorus. As you lie there, feeling your eyelids grow heavy with sleep's gentle grasp, the rustling of leaves outside your window continues to lull you into a state of tranquil reverie. The whispers they make in the darkness are like an eternal chorus, weaving together sounds from countless nights past and future, creating a soothing melody that ebbs and flows like the breaths of a sleeping giant. You begin to drift deeper, your mind wandering back through memories of another time, another life, where mortals lived amidst the gods. In ancient Greece, on a warm summer's day in the city-state of Athens, you are there now, standing outside the local baker's shop. The sun casts long shadows across the cobblestone streets, and the air is filled with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from within. You push open the creaky door, stepping into a world that reeks of flour dust and warm stone. Inside, the bakery is bustling with activity. Baskets are being loaded onto donkeys' backs, while others are unloading loaves fresh from the oven. You wade through the throng, dodging bread carts and chattering townsfolk as you make your way to the counter. The baker, a stout man with a bushy beard and twinkling eyes, greets you warmly, his calloused hands kneading dough on the counter beside him. "Ah, good day, neighbor," he says, handing you a warm loaf wrapped in a cloth napkin. You take it gratefully, inhaling deeply as the aroma of freshly baked bread fills your nostrils. As you stand there, savoring the smell and taste of the warm bread, you can't help but think about how expensive this simple pleasure is becoming. The baker's shop has been struggling to keep up with demand lately. Word has it that the nearby Athenian market is being flooded by cheap imports from a distant land. You've heard tell of people complaining about the prices rising, and now even basic necessities like bread are beginning to feel like luxury items. You carefully unwrap your loaf, feeling the gentle give of the still warm crust beneath the cloth napkin. The texture is satisfying, not too crumbly nor too dense, a perfect balance that's sure to please any palate. As you take your first bite, the crunch of the crust gives way to softness within, releasing a burst of flavors on your tongue. You chew slowly, savoring each morsel as the baker watches with an approving nod. "That'll be 3 obols," he says finally, holding out his hand for payment. You rummage through your pouch, producing the necessary coins, 1 silver drachma and 2 bronze oboli, which you pass over to him. The transaction complete, you turn to leave, but not before catching a glimpse of something peculiar on the baker's counter. An old clay tablet with some markings that look suspiciously like writing. You can't quite decipher what it means, nor do you have time to ponder now. There are too many other things vying for your attention. The sun beats down outside, casting its golden light through the shop window and illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. As you step back out into the bright day, you notice a group of children playing nearby. Their laughter carries on the breeze like the rustling leaves that lured you to sleep earlier. Their shouts and giggles seem almost infectious as they chase each other through the narrow alleys, dodging startled pedestrians along the way. You watch them for a moment, remembering afternoons spent chasing friends in similar streets when you were young, games of tag or hide and seek that would go on until dusk fell. But even these innocent pleasures have their costs. Your mother used to complain about how often her clothes got stained from walking through the mud-soaked alleys. And now, as an adult yourself, you worry not just about stains, but also the price of every little thing. Each coin spent seems like a weighty decision in this era of economic uncertainty. Your thoughts meander back inside the bakery, where the baker is engaged in another heated conversation with one of his suppliers. You can't help but overhear snippets of their discussion. Something about grain shipments being delayed and warehouses overflowing with goods that nobody wants to buy. You push open the door once more, stepping into a cool respite from the sun-drenched streets outside. A breeze stirs through the shop, carrying scents of spices and herbs, thyme and rosemary hanging on strings above the baking ovens fill your nostrils as you breathe deeply. Inside, all seems quiet now. Only the soft crunching of flour beneath someone's feet breaks the stillness. The baker looks up from his workbench, where he's busy kneading dough with an expression so absorbed that it borders on ferocity, a sight almost comical in its intensity. His focus returns to you as your gaze meets his. More bread, he asks gruffly, not quite breaking the stillness but acknowledging your presence nonetheless. You shake your head politely and begin backing away toward the door, leaving behind the warm scents of freshly baked loaves. As you step back into the sunlight, a faint breeze carries with it whispers from countless conversations past, snippets of gossip shared between friends on street corners, traders haggling over goods at markets, or townsfolk discussing news that has yet to reach their ears. These sounds blend together in a gentle background hum, creating an atmosphere both soothing and melancholic. You stand there for a moment longer, listening intently as the rustling leaves outside your window resume their soft whispers, carrying you gently along with them into dreams of ancient Greece's simpler days. When bread was affordable, conversation flowed freely, and life seemed less overwhelming than it does now. As you stand there for a moment longer, listening intently as the rustling leaves outside your window resume their soft whispers, carrying you gently along with them into dreams of ancient Greece's simpler days. When bread was affordable, conversation flowed freely, and life seemed less overwhelming than it does now. You begin to feel the weight of the day lifting off your shoulders. The warm sunlight streaming through the windows casts a comforting glow on the terracotta pots filled with dried herbs, their delicate fragrance wafting up to mingle with the scent of fresh bread baking in the kitchen. You take a deep breath, feeling the air fill your lungs as you let go of the tension that's been building inside you. The rustling leaves seem to be synchronizing themselves with your heartbeat, slowing down and speeding up in perfect harmony. You close your eyes, letting yourself get lost in the soothing melody they create. As you stand there, a faint gurgling sound drifts from outside, growing louder as it approaches. It's the sound of sandals slapping against stone steps, accompanied by an older man's gentle humming. He's carrying his barbering equipment, a wicker basket overflowing with all sorts of peculiar items. Bronze razors, wooden combs, and soft cloths made from what looks like the finest Egyptian linen. You watch as he makes his way up to your front door, pausing for just a moment before announcing himself in a deep voice. Xenophon. I'm here, he says it with a friendly smile, already knowing that you'll be expecting him. After all, this is what barbers do. They show up at the same time every week without fail. You open your door to let him in, and he greets you warmly as always. Ya Xenophon. It's good to see you're doing well. He sets down his wicker basket on a nearby stool, carefully arranging each item so that it doesn't get jumbled together. You notice the faint scent of sandalwood wafting from one of the cloths. It must be something he's added for extra fragrance. As Xenophon begins to unpack his equipment, you feel your eyes drifting toward him in appreciation. His hands move with a practiced ease as he lays out everything needed for today's shave. soap made from locally sourced olive oil, lathering brushes crafted from the finest sponges, all of it perfectly arranged on a nearby tablecloth. The sound of clinking cups and murmured conversation carries over from next door. Someone is brewing coffee in their courtyard. You catch snippets of gossip floating across the narrow alleyway. Something about the latest shipment of Egyptian grain being late, rumors of potential market fluctuations. None of this seems to matter much anymore as you watch Xenophon expertly preparing for your shave. He moves with a calm deliberation that's almost hypnotic, pouring water from an alabaster jug into a small bronze basin, carefully placing it on the edge of his stool. The sound of clinking metal and gentle lapping against stone creates a soothing background hum that complements the rustling leaves outside. As you lean back in your chair, watching Xenophon begin to shave, smooth strokes gliding effortlessly across your skin as he removes each strand with an almost imperceptible tug on his razor's handle. You feel yourself getting lost in the tranquility of this moment. The soft scent of sandalwood and fresh herbs mingle together above the aroma of baking bread from next door, drifting lazily through the air. Time seems to slow down, Xenophon's fingers moving with a gentle purpose as he cleans your face, making sure every inch is spotless before rinsing off his razor in the nearby basin. He works quietly, lost in concentration, completely absorbed by this one small moment of care and precision that makes up so much of everyday life. And yet, amidst all these quiet moments, you can't help but notice how peculiar it feels to have someone else attending to your personal grooming needs. A fleeting thought occurs. Perhaps barbers were invented as a way for people like ourselves, who are often too busy worrying about our place in the world or getting swept up in gossip and speculation, to momentarily surrender responsibility, entrusting another with this most basic of tasks. Xenophon wraps up his work by gently patting your skin dry with one of those intricately woven cloths. There we go, he says softly as you inspect yourself in a small bronze mirror propped against the wall. A faint line remains where the razor grazed a hair follicle, but it's nothing to worry about, just another day's imperfection. With his work finished and equipment put away, Xenophon turns toward your front door with an amiable smile. Shall I bring over some fresh bread from next door? The baker says today's batch turned out particularly well. You nod in appreciation as he heads back down the steps, those sandals slapping against stone once more. You watch him disappear into the twilight, listening to his murmured farewell drifting up toward you. And then there's silence, broken only by an occasional rustle of leaves or a distant barking dog from somewhere deeper within the city. You feel your eyelids growing heavy as the shadows cast across your room grow darker. Xenophon's soft humming has long since faded into the background, replaced now by nothing more than the sound of crickets softly chattering in the evening air. As you settle back into your chair, letting the weightlessness wash over you once again, a gentle breeze stirs from outside, carrying wisps of scented dust that dance across your skin like lovers' whispers. Your breathing slows down, and for one fleeting moment, everything feels serene. As you stand still, your breathing slows down, and for one fleeting moment, everything feels serene, a gentle lullaby of calmness that wraps itself around you like the softest blanket on a winter's night. The world outside has come to a gentle halt, too. The rustling leaves of the olive trees stop their whispers, the chirping crickets pause in midair, and even the distant hum of the marketplace grows quiet. You notice the air is heavy, with the scent of fresh bread wafting from the nearby bakery. The aroma tickles your nostrils as you breathe it in deeply, transporting you to a world where worries are just whispers away. The warm sunlight that had danced across the cobblestone streets earlier has begun its descent into the horizon, leaving behind a gentle glow on the facades of the whitewashed houses. Your eyes wander around, observing the small details that usually go unnoticed in this familiar landscape. The way the shadows cast an intricate pattern on the walls as the sun sets, the soft clinking of the tavern keeper's glassware being washed and put away for the day, or the gentle rustling of clothes hanging out to dry in the breeze. You think back to the morning when you were busy preparing for today's festivities. The sound of laughter and chatter carried on the wind from your neighbor's courtyard still lingers in your memory, a cacophony that signaled it was time to join in the celebration. Your hands remember the gentle feel of kneading dough as you prepared to bake some fresh bread, the soft crunch of sesame seeds beneath your fingers. You recall walking through the bustling market streets earlier today, weaving past stalls overflowing with vibrant produce and hand-woven textiles. The vendors called out their daily specials, fresh figs from Delos, or handmade sandals for the gods, but you were more concerned with acquiring a suitable outfit for tonight's festival. You had strolled through the winding streets of ancient Athens, pausing to admire the intricate carvings on the temple's facades. The sun was warm on your skin as you stopped at the local perfume stall, where an elderly vendor offered samples from exotic lands: rose petals from Babylon, myrrh from Egypt, and lavender from Crete. You tried a few scents, wrinkling your nose at some, admiring others for their subtlety. The shopkeeper recommended his finest blend, a pinch of Attic earth, mixed with the sweetness of Naxos nectarines, which you thought sounded enchanting enough to wear tonight. As evening falls and you're getting ready for a night out at the festival grounds, your mind turns to what to wear. In ancient Athens, fashion wasn't quite as flamboyant as it might seem in some of the newer city-states across Greece. Tonight's attire is all about understated elegance, comfortable sandals, perhaps with a hint of embroidery on the hem, a simple tunic that shows respect for tradition without sacrificing personal flair. You smooth out your own clothes, a traditional chiton-style dress made from linen and wool blend, its pleats artfully arranged to showcase the fine weaving techniques passed down through generations. You recall your mother's words, "It's not just about covering yourself, it's also about showcasing our city's craft," as you make sure every fold is in place. You look at your reflection in a nearby mirror and notice how the soft glow of candles reflects off your skin, making your eyes sparkle with anticipation. Tonight will be all about celebration, honoring the gods for their blessings on the past year, savoring delicious food from local cooks, and perhaps even winning prizes for the most impressive olive branch arrangements or traditional folk dances. You step out into the fading light of day. The world outside seems quieter now, bathed in a serene twilight that whispers stories of countless past evenings. As you stroll toward the festival grounds with your friends, carrying an intricately woven basket filled with snacks and refreshing drinks, you notice how this atmosphere changes everything. The music starts to play more softly. People greet each other with smiles rather than just nods. Even the food stalls seem less about selling goods and more about sharing stories. As night deepens and stars begin their twinkling dance across the sky above, tonight's festival becomes a symphony of small pleasures. The soundscape shifts subtly. Instead of loud chanting or booming drums, you hear the occasional clinking glassware from nearby tables, soft chatter mingled with laughter that carries on the breeze like wisps of cloud, and perhaps even an elderly singer crooning a haunting melody in perfect harmony. Your feet carry you through the crowds toward your favorite food stall, roasted meats sizzling over charcoal fires, wafting savory scents that make stomachs growl in anticipation. You take a moment to appreciate how everything seems ordinary. People come together not just for grand gestures or divine interventions, but also for everyday moments like sharing meals and enjoying each other's company. You pause at the edge of a stall, sampling a steaming pita filled with fragrant herbs from Mount Helicon. The taste transports you momentarily back to simpler times before politics complicated things, when people connected over love of food rather than ideology. Tonight is about savoring these quieter pleasures, friends gathered round a single table sharing stories and laughter. Your gaze drifts toward the temple grounds nearby, its grandeur softened by the gentle glow of lanterns scattered throughout the complex. It's hard to imagine that not too far away from here, mighty gods reside, some aloof in their domains, others actively involved with mortal lives. The soundscape is now a soothing blend of whispers and music carried on the wind, an evening serenade. As night deepens further, your friends gather around you once more, each carrying a small contribution to tonight's collective feast. Conversations start anew as shared meals bring people closer together, voices filled with warmth rather than competition. You are sitting on a small stoop outside your window, watching the world go by with a cup of warm wine in hand. The sun has dipped below the horizon, casting a gentle orange glow over the thatched roofs of the nearby houses. A faint breeze stirs the air, carrying the scent of baking bread and roasting olives from the kitchen within. As you sip your drink, you notice the sound of hammering on metal outside, growing louder with each passing moment. You glance out into the street to see a blacksmith at work, his sweat-streaked face illuminated by the soft light of a nearby torch. The rhythmic clanging echoes off the stone walls surrounding the house, creating an almost soothing melody that seems to match the beat of your own heartbeat. You are lost in thought, pondering the day's events and the conversations you shared with your fellow diners at dinner, when suddenly the hammering stops. The blacksmith leans back on his stool, wiping the sweat from his brow with a dirty apron. He takes a long drag on a clay pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke into the evening air. As he pauses to catch his breath, you notice an old man walking by, carrying a large wooden staff in one hand and a wicker basket slung over his arm. His eyes seem clouded with age, but there is a gentle weariness about him that suggests years spent living life at its own pace. He greets the blacksmith with a nod, exchanging quiet words as they pass each other on the narrow street. You wonder what their conversation might be about, perhaps the price of wheat or the upcoming festival in honor of Demeter, goddess of harvests and fertility. As you speculate, your gaze drifts back to the house, where soft candlelight flickers from within. A faint scent wafts out into the evening air, a mixture of simmering meat and fresh herbs carried on the gentle breeze. The blacksmith returns to his workbench, hammer in hand, as if drawn by an invisible force to the rhythmic clanging that has become such a familiar sound in your life. The metallic echoes seem to take on a new quality now, almost hypnotic, as you watch him shape and mold metal into something unknown. Time itself seems to slow down under the weight of these quiet moments, allowing you to notice tiny details you might have otherwise overlooked. A fly buzzes around the blacksmith's head, its iridescent wings flashing in the torchlight like a miniature moon. The blacksmith swats at it lazily with his apron strings, chuckling softly as he misses. As night begins to fall, casting long shadows across the street, you notice the way the stars are just beginning to twinkle above, a canopy of diamonds scattered across the dark blue expanse. A shooting star blazes briefly across the sky, leaving behind a trail of sparks like embers from a dying fire. You feel an inexplicable pang in your chest as it disappears into the distance. The blacksmith finishes his work for the evening and leans back on his stool once more, wiping his tools clean with a damp cloth. He takes another drag on his pipe, blowing out smoke rings that disappear slowly into the night air like ghostly wisps. The sound of distant laughter carries from across town. Perhaps it's the festival in honor of Dionysus, god of wine and revelry. But here in your quiet street, all seems peaceful. As you sit there lost in thought, a faint rustling noise comes from within the house, someone moving around inside. You strain to hear more details. Creaking floorboards underfoot, muffled whispers between family members sharing stories or arguing over what's left of dinner. The blacksmith glances up at your window with a small nod before returning to his workbench. You realize that this is the time when the world outside recedes and you are alone in the stillness, surrounded by nothing but the sounds, scents, and sensations of everyday life. For now, the epic struggles and divine interventions seem distant, eclipsed by these quiet moments where human hearts beat alongside yours. As you walk through the bustling streets of ancient Athens, the scent of fresh bread wafts from the nearby ovens, mingling with the acrid tang of public baths. The warm sunlight casts long shadows across the cobblestones, and the gentle breeze rustles the leaves of the olive trees lining the avenues. You've come to visit a friend who lives near the Dipplin Gate, but first, you need to stop by the public bathhouse for a quick laundry session. As you enter the bathhouse, the sounds of splashing water, murmured conversations, and clinking pottery envelop you. The air is thick with steam, carrying the smell of soap, sweat, and damp earth. You navigate through the crowded hallways, careful not to bump into others carrying their own laundry baskets or wearing fresh garments. In this public space, everyone seems to know each other's business. Who needs a new tunic, whose children are getting too rowdy in the baths, which vendor has the best olive oil for sale. The sounds of gossip and haggling over prices fill the air as you make your way toward the laundry area. As you approach the public washing troughs, you notice an elderly woman named Chrysis busily scrubbing a batch of tunics with her worn wooden scraper. She looks up at you and nods in greeting. You exchange pleasantries about the quality of the water that day. It's said to be particularly hard on fabric this time of year. You begin sorting your own laundry, separating the delicate woolens from the coarser linen garments. The owner of the nearby stall offers a friendly smile as he expertly folds and irons his wares, chatting with passersby about everything from local politics to his wife's latest health issues. As you wait for your turn at the washing troughs, you notice an assortment of interesting fabrics passing by: fine Egyptian linen, intricately woven woolens, even a few pieces of worn leather tunic material that seem to have been salvaged from some long-forgotten battle. You wonder what stories those scraps might tell if only they could speak. Your turn finally arrives. With the help of Chrysis and another friendly patron, you're able to scrub your garments clean without too much fuss, though one particularly stubborn stain takes a bit more elbow grease than expected. The water flows through its course in rhythmic intervals as the bathhouse attendant expertly adjusts the flow. Once the laundry is done, you take it outside into the bright sunlight where it can dry on clotheslines strung between nearby buildings. A gentle breeze carries away the lingering scent of soap and sweat from your skin. You feel refreshed but not particularly energized, just content to watch people going about their daily routines like this. Nearby, a young mother is quietly nursing her baby under an awning while attempting to repair a torn seam on one of his tunics. She glances up at the sky and whispers something soothing in his ear. You wonder what she's saying, but it's hard to tell over the steady hum of conversation from passers-by. On your way back through town with your freshly laundered garments slung across your shoulder, you pause by a nearby market stall offering an array of fresh vegetables, some exotic spices among them. A friendly merchant named Aristides greets you warmly and invites you to sample his latest batch of pickled olives. They're said to have been harvested from the hills surrounding Eleusis. As you stand there, munching on those tangy treats and watching people hurry past with their various errands, a thought drifts into your mind. These quiet moments doing laundry in public baths or simply standing by a market stall are probably where most of life's story unfolds for ordinary folk like ourselves. It's the epic struggles and divine interventions that seem distant, eclipsed by these quieter times. The sun dips lower now. Shadows from nearby buildings stretch toward you across the cobblestones as people begin hurrying about to complete their evening chores before sunset. The hum of conversation grows more animated as families gather for dinner, or perhaps to simply pass some time in each other's company, like your friend inviting you over later that night. Your mind wanders back to Chrysis and her worn wooden scraper. The rhythmic motion of washing must be soothing at this hour. You realize how much simpler it all feels when caught up in these quiet routines, not even thinking about those larger-than-life events with their gods, monsters, and heroes battling across the land. It's been a pleasant diversion from the more dramatic tales that have filled your days lately. For now, it seems you can just breathe deeply alongside everyone else going through similar motions here. As you sit comfortably on your couch, surrounded by the familiar contours of home, it's hard not to feel a sense of contentment wash over you as you settle into this lulling atmosphere. The day has unwound its threads and now lies quietly coiled at your feet like a well-behaved kitten. You've had a pleasant diversion from the more dramatic tales that have filled your days lately. For now, it seems you can just breathe deeply alongside everyone else going through similar motions here. In ancient Greece, much like in this quiet evening of yours, people too were tending to their daily lives with varying degrees of enthusiasm. The warm glow of sunset casting its gentle shadows across the streets and alleys, if only for a brief moment before night's darkness descended, brought a sense of tranquility that seemed almost palpable. You are now walking alongside an ancient Greek woman, navigating through the winding streets of Athens as she returns home from her daily errands. The scent of fresh bread wafts through the air, enticing passers-by with its promise of comfort and nourishment. She pauses for a moment to watch the vendor expertly turning his loaves on a wooden spit over an open flame. The sizzle of hot dough meeting metal is like music to her ears, soothing and predictable in its gentle cadence. You can almost hear it now, the crackle and pop as the bread absorbs the heat, giving off that irresistible aroma that says home louder than any door ever could. The vendor's hands move with practiced ease, coaxing out every last bit of fragrance from each loaf. In her own kitchen back home, she knows just what to do, a gentle nudge here and there as needed to let the bread cool on its own terms before slicing into it, with a satisfying crunch of crust giving way. Today's offering is still warm when you arrive at your destination. Nothing like walking in on that kind of welcome. It seems that, much like our modern equivalent of leftovers reheated for dinner tonight, often served alongside some tired but reliable side dish, ancient Greeks too found solace in the familiar comfort food of leftovers carefully rewarmed. Whether it's stews simmered until the flavors have melded together seamlessly or simple roasted meats sliced thin and served atop a bed of steaming vegetables, there's something undeniably grounding about such meals. One can almost smell the rich bouquet that rises from last night's dinner as our friend here prepares to eat her reheated meal. It might not be quite as tantalizing as when it first hit the table, yet somehow still manages to evoke a sense of satisfaction, like an old friend dropping by unexpectedly but always welcome nonetheless. You find yourself seated across from another person at their table. Perhaps this time around, you're more directly involved in preparing your own meal. The heat emanating from the kitchen is almost palpable as pots clang against one another, while cooking's gentle rhythms lull everyone present into a state of quiet anticipation. For now, let us step back and observe how our ancient friend prepares her meal, perhaps reimagining this scene to fit more closely with your own daily life. You are handling the same tasks, though it seems she has an uncanny knack for making even the most mundane chores feel almost meditative in their repetitive nature. In her kitchen, a few well-worn pots hang from hooks on the wall, each one polished by years of service to become nearly second skin to its owner. A faint scent of cooking oil lingers within them, an invisible signature that signals home with just as much potency as the aroma wafting through those city streets earlier. Your hands move across the countertop, touching various ingredients in turn: salt, perhaps some fresh herbs, and yes, even a small block of dried olive oil. The simple yet methodical arrangement of these items on your work surface is almost therapeutic. Nothing to do but focus intently upon each one as it's incorporated into this evening's repast. Just so did our friend arrange her own panoply of ingredients, though hers might be slightly different given the era and local specialties available at that time. Yet still, there's something curiously soothing about taking in these familiar scents and tactile sensations, like an unwritten promise to your senses that all will remain right with the world for just a little while longer. Time seems suspended within this kitchen, both yours and our friends, as you and she continue on through the gentle rituals of meal prep. Each action, though simple in itself, serves only to deepen the sense of connection between food, family, friends, or even perhaps merely one's own self at rest here tonight. A faint sound carries from outside. Children playing somewhere nearby, their muffled laughter a reminder that there are others out there engaged in similar activities, albeit with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Yet this evening remains yours alone to savor, just you and the quiet rhythms emanating from within these walls, where meals are lovingly prepared for consumption. Now it seems our friend has finally sat down to enjoy her reheated leftovers alongside a small side salad, freshly dressed in olive oil. You can almost taste that first bite, soft bread giving way beneath your teeth as flavors meld together with each successive mouthful. The sizzle and simmer of last night's cooking, now reimagined for this evening's repast. And so you eat on, not just the food itself, but also all these accompanying sensations. A slow dance between taste, smell, sound, even the quiet feel of being at home as all your senses blend together in perfect harmony. The warmth emanating from that nearby fire crackles softly within earshot, while outside night's darkness gathers above like an unseen blanket. Within this peaceful atmosphere, memories resurface from yesterday and days past. They begin weaving their way into tonight's evening, a soothing tapestry rich with subtle textures. Laughter, cooking aromas, the quiet sounds of friends or family in nearby rooms. As you breathe deeply alongside everyone else going through similar motions here, your own heartbeat falls into sync. Now it seems we've come full circle, having navigated those winding streets earlier only to end up back where we began, within the comfort zone that is this quiet kitchen. The hours pass gradually as meals are savored and memories replayed in their mind's eye. As dinner finally comes to an end, you can almost hear a collective sigh of satisfaction emanating from all present. A night like any other has come full circle, though perhaps it holds just one distinct advantage over those preceding days, now that the drama and tension seem momentarily set aside. In its place stands this gentle sense of contentment. The world may still be vast and busy out there, but here within these walls and in your own cozy abode nearby, at least for tonight. As you settle deeper into your cozy abode, feeling the softness of the pillows and the gentle give of the mattress beneath you, the world outside begins to recede from view. The hum of traffic grows fainter, the chatter of neighbors more muffled, until all that's left is a soothing stillness. You're lying on your back now, staring up at the ceiling as the last wisps of consciousness fade away like autumn leaves rustling in an afternoon breeze. Your gaze drifts lazily across the familiar contours of your bedroom, the gentle curve of the bedside table, the soft swoop of the curtains framing the window, the plush pile of the carpet beneath your feet. Your thoughts begin to wander back to that fateful day when you first discovered the joys or horrors of body hair. You were perhaps 10 or 11 years old at the time, still in the midst of those awkward preteen years where everything seemed either too much or not enough, including your own body. You remember feeling a strange new sensation on your arms and legs as summer gave way to autumn. Soft, downy tufts that made you feel like a yet-to-be-pruned potted plant. At first, it was just the slightest whisper of hairs peeking out from beneath the surface, but soon they grew in with increasing confidence, like sprouts pushing through concrete. You recalled trying to hide them under sleeves and socks, only for your friends to snicker or giggle whenever you crossed paths on the playground. You felt self-conscious about your own skin, worried that it didn't match up to the standards of societal beauty as proclaimed by magazines and TV commercials. As an adult now, lying here in your quiet, darkened bedroom, those memories seem almost quaint, like ancient relics unearthed from a long-forgotten era. Your thoughts meander through life's mundane rituals, washing yourself in scalding hot water only to feel the stubble scrape against your skin, shaving with the occasional nick or cut, a minor price to pay for being seen as civilized, waxing, plucking, tweezing, all those torturous processes designed to tame the beast within. Your mind strolls on through days, spent feeling awkwardly aware of every stray hair sprouting forth like a weed in an overwatered garden. You chuckle quietly at memories of clumsy attempts to remove unwanted growths with makeshift tools, glue sticks, scissors, or even horror. Oh, your bare fingers. Now lying here as the room darkens around you, those trivial worries seem laughable. Your gaze wanders back up to the ceiling once more, but this time it's not just the physical space that holds your attention. It's the passing of years, too. The realization dawns on you like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves. Even in adulthood, we're still grappling with similar insecurities, or perhaps they've merely evolved into new forms. The anxieties about body hair may have shifted, but the underlying fears remain. Fear of being seen as imperfect, fear of not conforming to expectations, and that most insidious fear, the constant quest for self-acceptance. You let out a quiet sigh as your thoughts begin their leisurely stroll through memories past. Your gaze settles on a worn photograph perched atop your bedside table, showing yourself from years ago when you were first experimenting with, well, trying to tame those unruly hairs. You smile wistfully at the picture of an awkward young person attempting to fit into societal norms, like a clumsy puzzle piece trying to find its way into place. Your eyes wander on down to your arms and legs, now covered in their usual sprinkling of body hair, a reminder that despite all our efforts, we're never truly rid of it. You run your hand over the soft skin, feeling the gentle caress of breeze as it stirs through an open window nearby. The air carries a hint of fresh-cut grass and distant blooms on this balmy summer evening. In the quiet darkness, you feel the weight lift from those past insecurities, not because they've disappeared entirely, but perhaps because they're no longer so overwhelming. You begin to realize that what truly matters is how we perceive ourselves in relation to others. Do we see our imperfections as something beautiful or at least tolerable? Or do we continue striving for an idealized standard, perpetually unsatisfied? Your thoughts meander further on into the realm of everyday life, like a sleepy wanderer strolling through familiar streets. You recall all those moments spent obsessing over every stray hair or blemish. Now you can almost hear the soft whisper of reason telling you, enough is enough. The room grows darker still as your mind continues to drift, and for once it's not filled with anxiety about appearances. Your hand wanders across the sheets, as if tracing an imaginary path through memories. You feel a gentle rustle beneath, perhaps just the sheets shifting in response to some subtle movement or maybe something more profound, a softening of one's own self-image. In this quiet space, away from judgment and expectation, you come closer to understanding that those quirks we try so hard to hide are precisely what make us whole. And it's only when we begin to see the beauty in our imperfections, like tiny stars twinkling against an unmarred canvas of skin, or perhaps not so tiny hairs poking out here and there, do we start embracing ourselves as we truly are, unique, unruly, yet lovably imperfect. The room darkens further now, a gentle shadow creeping across the walls as night claims its rightful place outside. Your thoughts grow more languid still, drifting away like wisps of smoke carried off on an evening breeze. As you settle deeper into your reverie, the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore grows softer still, a soothing white noise that wraps itself around your thoughts like a soft blanket. The stars above twinkle and wink in the darkening sky, their light dancing across the ripples on the water's surface with an ethereal glow. You find yourself standing at dawn's break, when the world is quietest and most still, in the midst of ancient Athens' market district. The air is crisp with the scent of freshly baked bread wafting from nearby ovens, mingling with the pungent smell of fishmongers unloading their catch for the day. You breathe it all in deeply, feeling the cool morning breeze carrying on its gentle caress the faint tang of olives and grapes drying in the sun. To your left stands a humble vegetable stall, its wooden counter polished to a warm sheen from years of use. The vendor, an elderly woman with creased skin and wispy gray hair tied back beneath her headscarf, is arranging bunches of fresh herbs, thyme, rosemary, and oregano, into neat pyramids on the display stand before her. Her hands move deftly, as if guided by long practice, each delicate sprig nestled precisely among its neighbors. Nearby, a group of laborers are unloading crates from their mule-drawn cart, stacking them high onto wooden pallets beside the vendor's stall. Their laughter and banter fill the air as they chat over cups of steaming wine, sharing stories about the previous night's revelries at the theater of Dionysus. Their raucous chuckles echo through the still morning air, causing you to smile in response. As the sun rises higher in the sky, its rays filtering through the tightly packed market stalls, the atmosphere shifts subtly from lazy relaxation into purposeful activity. The vendors begin their daily routines with a renewed sense of urgency, arranging produce, polishing wares, and carefully placing offerings on makeshift altars for the morning's first customer prayers. You stroll alongside an elderly man carrying a clay amphora slung over his shoulder, its contents sloshing softly within as he makes his way towards the nearby temple. His face creased with age, skin etched by sun and wind, he pauses to glance back at you with wise eyes, eyes that have seen generations come and go in this same market. "Ah," he says quietly, "you're new here, I reckon." "Welcome, young one." He takes a moment to study your expression before continuing. "The gods smile upon our endeavors today. May their blessings be yours as well." You continue walking with him for a while longer, weaving through the stalls and narrow alleys of the market district. You pass by baskets overflowing with fresh bread, stacked pyramids of gleaming olives, and jars filled with ripening honey, their sweet scents mingling with the earthy smell of fresh produce. At each stall, you exchange brief greetings or pleasantries with vendors who have grown accustomed to this early morning routine. Some glance at you askance, wondering about your presence in a familiar landscape. Others smile and nod sympathetically, acknowledging that even newcomers have stories worth sharing. Time slips on unremarkably as you move through the market's labyrinthine paths. Morning wears into mid-morning, its warmth infusing everything it touches: stone, wood, air itself. Shoppers begin to appear in greater numbers now. Men with worn tunics and well-placed sandals, women carrying small children or baskets slung over their shoulders. As you pause to admire a particularly impressive display of fresh fish, the vendor's son catches your eye from across the stall. He holds up a succulent-looking salmon for your inspection before offering it with an eager grin, an unspoken understanding that even at this early hour, there is always room for appreciation and small acts of kindness. You spend another quiet morning lost in these simple pleasures, chatting over cups of wine with laborers, listening to the elderly man's tales about bygone days when market stalls stretched farther along the Panathenaic Way, watching as children chase a stray ball through the crowded alleys, laughing until their breathless gasps mingle with the gentle hum of commerce. Eventually, your wanderings carry you past a group gathered before the city's central fountain. The air is filled with the cool splash and gentle chime of water flowing from above into ornate stone basins below, an inviting spot to pause for rest or observe, as people exchange quiet words beneath its soothing sounds. Nearby stands a stall tucked away beside the fountain, where an elderly woman sells an assortment of woven baskets. She sits cross-legged on a stool amidst her goods, hands moving deftly as she crafts new items while simultaneously displaying others, their colors blending softly in the morning light, olive green, terracotta reds, and blue-green glazes that seem to shimmer when viewed from certain angles. You lean against the nearby wall of the fountain's central column, feeling its cool stones seep into your back as you watch the woman at work. The soft lapping of water creates a hypnotic rhythm in counterpoint with her steady hands moving through threads and yarns, stitch by gentle stitch. Time becomes fluid now, stretching out like an overcast morning sky where each passing moment blurs softly into its predecessor, filling itself with countless small pleasures, appreciating handwoven basketry, observing children playing hide-and-seek among the market stall's narrow alleys, watching as elderly men tell stories that pass from one generation to another. With your thoughts drifting lazily like wisps of morning mist carried on a breeze, you continue meandering through Athens' ancient streets, lost in an endless tapestry woven from countless small moments. Snatches of laughter, scents wafting through the air, quiet moments at dawn's break when only the world is awake. As you wander through Athens' ancient streets, the soft rustle of your sandals on worn stone pavement fills the air, a soothing accompaniment to the gentle murmur of conversations carried on the breeze. The sun has begun its slow descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the city's rooftops and illuminating the intricate stonework that lines every building in warm golden light. You've been walking for what feels like hours, taking your time to soak up the sights and sounds of this vibrant metropolis. Your thoughts drift lazily like wisps of morning mist carried on a breeze, as you meander through the winding streets, lost in an endless tapestry woven from countless small moments. Snatches of laughter, scents wafting through the air, quiet moments at dawn's break when only the world is awake. As you stroll, your ears pick up the sound of hammering on metal somewhere nearby. A blacksmith hard at work, shaping and tempering tools for the city's inhabitants, a reminder that life goes on in Athens day and night. The rhythmic beat of his blows echoes off the buildings, weaving itself into the gentle hum of everyday activity. The smell of freshly baked bread wafts through the air, enticing your senses as you pass by a nearby bakery. A warm light spills out onto the street from within, illuminating rows of perfectly arranged loaves on wooden shelves, their crusts golden and inviting. You can almost taste the fragrance, rich with yeast and olive oil. The scent carries you toward an old man sitting at his doorstep, eyes closed in quiet contemplation as he listens to a nearby group of musicians playing softly on their lyres. Their music is a soothing accompaniment, not too loud, just enough to fill the space between sounds without overpowering them. The melody wraps itself around your heart, calming any lingering tension you may have had. You stop for a moment beside him, watching as he listens intently, his eyes closed in appreciation of the gentle music. His face is lined with age and experience, every wrinkle etched on it by countless sunrises and nights spent under this same sky. Time seems to stand still around him. Only the sound of distant laughter from a nearby tavern breaks through, reminding you that life goes on. As the musician finishes his final notes, the old man slowly opens his eyes, taking in your presence beside him. His gaze is calm, almost as if he's seen everything there is to see and has nothing left to worry about. He nods at you, a gentle smile playing on his lips, not quite friendly but understanding. You return the nod, feeling an unspoken connection with this stranger who seems so much a part of Athens itself. The moment hangs between you for just a heartbeat before he turns back to gaze into the distance once more. His eyes seem lost in thought as he watches life pass by on the street, a quiet contemplation that leaves room only for observation. As you continue your walk, you begin to notice something peculiar. Every door is open except one. A single wooden entrance stands out among them all, its heavy-looking iron hinges adorned with intricate patterns of vines and flowers. The surrounding buildings seem to be made from the same mixture of stone and earth as everything else in Athens, but there's a subtle difference here. A small, faded wreath hangs on the doorframe, once probably bright red or orange, now worn down by years of dust and sun exposure. You can almost imagine it was put up for some long-forgotten occasion, perhaps a wedding celebration, maybe an offering to the gods. Whatever its original purpose may have been, it seems lost in time now. You pause at this solitary closed door, intrigued despite yourself. Something feels odd here amidst all these open entrances. Maybe it's just your curiosity getting the better of you, or possibly something more subtle than that. A faint scent carried on the breeze from within, hinting at long-forgotten secrets hidden behind those iron hinges. The air inside is stale and heavy, almost palpable against your skin as you lean forward to peer through the narrow opening. Shadows dance across an empty room, like wisps of smoke clinging to old stones. You sense a lingering presence here, remnants of past meals on cooking pots, faint impressions left by long-forgotten footsteps. Something stirs within, a memory half-remembered from your own childhood. The feeling that this door once held significance is strong now, almost tangible as you press against the weathered wood with your palm. It's cool and smooth to the touch, unlike anything else around here which seems worn by time and use. Suddenly, an image bursts into your mind, a family sitting within these very walls on a warm summer evening long past. Soft music carried in through open windows as night descended over Athens' rooftops. They laughed together, sharing stories of their day while enjoying simple meals, maybe even made here in this very room by the father's loving hands. For an instant, you're back there with them, feeling the warmth on your skin and listening to laughter echoing off old walls. But it fades quickly as reality sets back in, leaving only a faint echo within, like whispers carried away by the wind from long-forgotten conversations around this very table. The scene dissolves into nothingness once more. You're left standing outside this solitary door with just the echoes of what could have been lingering on your senses. It's hard to shake off that feeling, though. Something here feels incomplete, as if a part of Athens itself has gone missing behind these iron hinges. As night begins its slow descent over the city, darkness starts spreading across rooftops and streets in shadows cast by flickering torches or scattered candles within doorways. Your walk takes on a more purposeful stride now, an aimless meandering replaced with curiosity, driving you toward whatever secrets might lie beyond that solitary closed entrance. Perhaps it's just your imagination playing tricks, maybe even something as simple as hunger pangs beginning to stir from hours of walking under the sun. Whatever the reason, one thing is certain: Nothing seems quite right anymore in this city full of people and noise. You've become aware of details usually overlooked amidst all that bustle. Small things like scents carried on evening breezes or shadows playing across ancient stones. As you approach your own home, which happens to be near the solitary door with its closed entrance, a sense of unease creeps over you. What lies beyond that single locked door? And what could have been lost behind iron hinges? You pause for an instant in front of it, wondering if perhaps you should investigate further when suddenly, memories resurface. Stories told around campfires about doors left unlocked, warnings against forgetting to secure one's belongings after a long day spent exploring. It makes sense now why this door stands out so starkly amidst all those open entrances. You let your hand fall away from the iron handle, opting instead for a quiet evening indoors with family and friends, no longer feeling an overwhelming need to uncover whatever secrets might be hidden beyond that closed entrance. The night air carries you toward home as darkness deepens over Athens' rooftops, shadows growing long across streets already hushed into silence. And so, like all the people here, you find yourself retreating from those evening streets now bathed in soft moonlight and filled with gentle whispers carried by a quiet breeze that rustles through trees standing sentinel along city walls. It's time to rest. Let go of curiosities for another day. Tomorrow will come bearing its own share of mysteries waiting to be unraveled, perhaps within the confines of your own home rather than behind an enigmatic closed door somewhere in Athens' winding streets. Your footsteps carry you toward a warm light spilling from your doorway, a beacon calling you back into the world of family and friends. The night has grown quiet now. Only occasional sounds of laughter or clinking glasses can be heard drifting through windows as people settle into their evening routines within nearby homes. You push open that door, letting its creaking sound fade away beneath the hum of everyday life, and step inside to find what awaits you in this sanctuary from Athens' bustling streets. A place where love and companionship envelop you like a gentle shroud on a warm summer night. You push open that door, letting its creaking sound fade away beneath the hum of everyday life, and step inside to find what awaits you in this sanctuary from Athens' bustling streets. A place where love and companionship envelop you like a gentle shroud on a warm summer night. The air within is heavy with the scent of baking bread wafting from the kitchen, mingling with the sweet fragrance of fresh herbs growing in pots on the balcony outside. Rosemary, thyme, and oregano that tickle your nose as you breathe in deeply. The interior of this modest home unfolds like a haven before you. You notice the flickering light dancing across the walls from a single oil lamp, its wick adjusted to cast long shadows in the corners where dust motes lazily float by, hypnotic and slow-moving, like wisps of cloud drifting through an evening sky. The sounds within are those of quiet comfort, the soft clinking of pottery on the kitchen counter as your mother carefully arranges a tray with steaming dishes, the gentle hum of conversation from her companion, weaving stories about their day in soothing cadences. As you make your way deeper into this haven, the scent of roasting meats, likely goat or perhaps mutton, judging by its slightly gamey aroma, begins to assert itself against the dominant fragrance of herbs. Your stomach growls softly at the promise of a meal soon to come. For now, it settles with the gentle lapping of sounds, sizzling meat in the background, interspersed with the occasional clink and murmur from your mother as she cooks. The atmosphere is dense with love, or so it seems. In reality, there's tension brewing beneath this idyllic surface. It starts subtly. You notice how the conversations now seem a bit forced, like polite pleasantries exchanged between acquaintances rather than loved ones sharing their innermost thoughts. Your mother's hands move deftly as she sets out slices of bread with an arrangement of olives and capers, but her eyes dart towards the balcony door as if expecting someone. That someone arrives soon enough. A figure emerges from the evening shadows, walking along the street below your home before coming up to knock on the door. It's Theodota, a neighbor you've seen often around Athens, but never really spoken to more than exchanging brief greetings or asking about the latest events in town. There's something peculiarly strained in her demeanor as she greets your mother warmly, an undercurrent of tension that only becomes clearer with each passing moment. La Theodota, come in, your mother says with a warm smile, stepping aside to allow her guest inside. I've been meaning to talk to you about the matter we discussed at the Agora. As Theodota enters and begins making her way towards the kitchen table where food is laid out, you notice that she seems unusually preoccupied, not just with your mother's words, but also with a subtle fidgeting of her hands. She pauses for an instant by the lamp on the sideboard to adjust it so its light falls more brightly on herself, then continues towards the table. The conversation revolves around issues of boundaries, or rather perceived transgressions thereof, Theodota accusing your family's property line being encroached upon, possibly deliberately, while your mother maintains that there must be some misunderstanding. It unfolds like a gentle breeze rustling leaves, slow-moving and seemingly insignificant at first glance, but capable of escalating into something far more substantial. As you watch this interaction from the corner where shadows are deeper, it strikes you how ordinary these concerns seem, almost trivial compared to the grand tales and legends that often fill your days with wonder. Yet here lies a truth about human nature. We find conflict in our daily lives just as readily as mythological heroes do on their quests. In this quiet moment before dinner is served, time feels suspended like an olive branch swaying gently above your head, almost too still to be real. The air outside seems heavy with anticipation. The sky beyond your balcony, a deep shade of indigo that promises night soon will bring its soothing calm. Your mother hands you and Theodota plates with steaming portions of roasted lamb, accompanied by generous helpings of fresh vegetables from her garden, their colors vibrant against the dim light. As you sit down to eat together under this evening's peculiar tension, it becomes clear how intricately lives like yours are intertwined in a tapestry far more complex than any mythic tale. Eating slowly, savoring each morsel as your mother and Theodota engage in polite but strained conversation about property lines. It seems they've been living next to you for quite some time now, without ever really discussing their differences openly. This evening becomes a turning point of sorts, an acknowledgement that conflicts don't need grand gestures or spectacular deeds to resolve them. Sometimes, the most powerful acts are simply taking the first step towards understanding one another. In this dimly lit room filled with the savory sense of food and the faint tang of herbs from your mother's garden, as shadows stretch across walls where dust motes lazily dance in their paths, it becomes clear that true heroes often reside within everyday people like yourselves, navigating life's intricacies with quiet strength rather than grand displays. As you continue to eat under this evening's peculiar tension, the air outside growing cooler and darker by the minute, your thoughts begin to wander towards those mythic tales of old. Zeus' mighty storms, Poseidon's majestic trident. But even in their grandest stories, it is within these quieter moments that characters reveal themselves most profoundly. The conversation about boundaries continues at a slow pace, occasionally interrupted by Theodota's glances out the window as if expecting something or someone to arrive soon. But for now, time seems suspended like an olive branch swaying gently above your head. Your mother and she share stories of their days, their words weaving together in soothing cadences that slowly ease tensions, one delicate thread at a time. As dinner draws to its close, the evening wears on with the gentle lapping of sounds, soft clinking from the kitchen counter where leftovers are being packed away. Muted whispers as your mother and Theodota conclude their discussion over shared cups of wine. Shadows deepen in corners of the room, now lit only by a single oil lamp's warm glow. In this sanctuary, love and companionship still envelop you like a gentle shroud on that summer night, though with a deeper understanding now, that even within mythic tales of grand adventure lies the quiet power to resolve conflicts through everyday acts of kindness and compassion. You find yourself surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a warm summer evening. Crickets chirping in gentle harmony with the distant hooting of an owl, its melancholy song floating like a lost sigh on the breeze. The air is heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine and the sweet fragrance of fresh bread wafting from nearby ovens. As you settle into this peaceful scene, imagine yourself strolling through the agora, the marketplace at the heart of ancient Athens. The sun has dipped below the rooftops, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets. You pass by the stalls selling all manner of goods, fresh produce, woven fabrics, and intricately crafted pottery. The sound of clinking jugs and the murmur of haggling merchants fill the air as you make your way to the public baths, a place where social norms are just as important as cleanliness. You've heard that today is laundry day for many households in Athens, but it's also an excuse to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Upon entering the bathhouse, you're enveloped by the warm aroma of cedarwood and the gentle lapping of water against stone. The air inside is thick with steam, carrying with it the whispers of conversations and the soft splashing of those washing themselves clean. You take a moment to breathe in deeply, feeling the humidity settle on your skin. To your left stands a young servant girl, busily scrubbing away at an elderly man's backside with a stiff-bristled brush. The old gentleman winces slightly as she applies more pressure, but his eyes are closed in rapture, lost in thought. You notice that he wears a look of serene contentment on his weathered face. It seems the warm waters and gentle scrubbing have loosened some hidden worry or concern. Meanwhile, you take your place alongside several other bathers at one of the many stone basins, each filled with fresh water from the nearby academy's fountain. As you begin to disrobe, you notice that everyone around you is taking their time, no rush to get clean today. It seems they're in for a leisurely soak. As your skin begins to relax under the soothing warmth of the bathwater, you take stock of those around you. An elderly woman with wisps of silver hair tied back from her face, carefully scrubbing away at each grainy crevice on her hands, probably preparing for some upcoming celebration or festival. Next to her stands a sturdy-looking young man, grinning as he scrubs his arms and legs vigorously with a coarse sponge. You watch the gentle way the water flows over your skin as you begin to wash yourself clean, feeling the tension melt away from each muscle in turn. It's not just a practical task, it's an intimate moment of self care, something essential for all those gathered here today. In this sanctuary, worries and cares gradually slip away with every rinsed drop. Time slips into a meditative pace as you continue to wash yourself clean. The soft lapping against your skin, the gentle warmth on your face, and the sounds around you blending together in harmony, creating an atmosphere conducive to quiet reflection. You take a moment to notice the tiny details of each person's daily life, which often goes unnoticed amidst the grand adventures found within mythic tales. The elderly woman nearby carefully rinses her hands one last time before gently patting them dry with a fine linen cloth. She takes care not to wring it out too much. Every drop counts in these times. The young man next to you flexes his muscles, sending water droplets flying as he lets out a satisfied sigh. In this environment, where even the most mundane tasks become therapeutic experiences, people allow themselves moments of introspection. An older gentleman stands up from the nearby bench and makes his way towards one of several large ceramic jars that sit atop an intricately carved wooden chest. He'll need some oil for after-bathing rituals. As you near completion of your ablutions, imagine yourself walking through a quiet alleyway adjacent to the bathhouse, lined with modestly sized homes. You notice each household has its own small outdoor area, neatly tended gardens bursting with colorful flowers, or tiny courtyards where meals are prepared on portable hearths and clay cooking vessels. You continue down this narrow lane, taking in the rich sensory details, an air thick with scents of baked bread wafting from a nearby oven, sounds of children playing amidst laughter, the murmur of hushed conversations carried on by the wind. It's almost as if life itself has slowed to match your own calm pace. Eventually, you find yourself at a small courtyard adjacent to one such home. A quiet little space filled with a few well-worn wooden chairs and an unlit clay oil lamp hanging from a nearby eave. You breathe in deeply, letting the tranquility of this moment seep into every part of your being. As you breathe in deeply, letting the tranquility of this moment seep into every part of your being, you become aware of the sounds around you, the gentle hum of a distant cicada, the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, and the faint scent of blooming lavender carried on the wind. Your eyelids feel heavy with relaxation as you settle deeper into the warm sunlight that streams through the open window. In ancient Greece, during those hot summer days, people would often gather at their homes or public spaces to share stories, gossip, and news from around the city-state. They'd bring out jugs of cool water and refreshing juices, like a sweet wine made from grapes grown in nearby vineyards. The air was thick with the smell of roasting meats, perhaps some grilled lamb or goat skewers wafting from kitchens and outdoor cooking areas. You imagine yourself strolling through an olive grove, surrounded by towering trees that stretch towards the sky, their silver-green leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. As you walk along a narrow dirt path, your feet crunch on dry earth and tiny pebbles. You notice how the sunlight filters through the leaves above, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the ground below. In ancient Greece, summers were long and hot, with temperatures often soaring to unbearable heights during the day. People would seek shade beneath awnings or umbrellas made from woven reeds, their brightly colored fabrics flapping gently in the breeze. Children laughed and played nearby, chasing after butterflies that danced around them like tiny jewels. You find yourself standing by a small garden, surrounded by neatly planted rows of herbs, thyme, rosemary, and oregano, which release fragrant scents into the air as you pass by. A young woman tends to the plants with care, gently watering each row while humming an old melody. As she works, her hands move deftly among the leaves, removing any weeds that threaten the health of the delicate herbs. In ancient Greece, gardens like this one were not just for decorative purposes, but also served as a vital source of fresh produce and medicine. People would carefully tend to their plants, often using knowledge passed down from generation to generation about which herbs could be used to treat various ailments or enhance flavors in cooking. Aromatic herbs filled the air with sweet fragrances that seemed almost otherworldly. You watch as the young woman places a small jar on her workbench and begins gathering fresh sprigs of rosemary for use in cooking dinner tonight. She carefully ties them together with a length of twine, her fingers moving quickly but surely to avoid bruising any of the delicate leaves. As she works, you notice how the sunlight catches the dust motes dancing near the jar's rim, casting tiny shadows that seem almost alive. In ancient Greece, people often made do without elaborate kitchen utensils or fancy cooking techniques. They relied on simple stoves fueled by wood and charcoal to cook their meals over open flames. Pots would hang from hooks above the fire, releasing savory aromas into the air as meat cooked slowly in its own juices. The scent of roasting meats was a staple smell throughout Greece during these hot summer days. You wander through the garden, feeling the rough stone beneath your feet and listening to the soft chirping of birds nearby. As you walk, the sounds of ancient Greek life begin to fade into the background. People's conversations grow fainter, cooking aromas become less intense, until all that remains is an atmosphere thick with tranquility. In this peaceful state, time seems to slow down as you focus on your surroundings and allow yourself to let go. You breathe in deeply once more, feeling the stillness settle within you like a warm blanket. Your eyelids grow heavy, weighing down upon your eyes until they close, surrendering to sleep's gentle call. As night begins to fall over ancient Greece, people gather outside their homes or at public spaces to share stories and news from around the city-state. They'd sit on low stools made of woven reeds, listening intently as someone recounts a tale of mythological heroes or shares gossip about local events. The air is filled with laughter, conversation, and an occasional cry for attention. You imagine yourself sitting among these people, surrounded by familiar faces that seem to stretch out into infinity like the night sky above. You're drawn in by their stories, captivated by tales of old gods and goddesses who roamed Greece during its mythological past. As you listen, your eyelids droop lower until they finally surrender to sleep's gentle grasp. In ancient Greece, people often believed that myths were not just stories but living connections between them and the world around them, a way to understand natural phenomena like the changing seasons or mysterious events in their lives. They'd share these tales with one another, sometimes adding new twists based on personal experiences and cultural traditions. As you settle deeper into sleep's gentle realm, your mind begins to wander through dreamscapes born from ancient Greek myths. You find yourself walking among heroes who strode across Greece like titans of old. Perseus, Theseus, and Hercules come alive in the twilight hours as they navigate trials that would test even the bravest souls. You continue strolling along this mystical journey, accompanied by mythological creatures born from human imagination. Griffins with wings outstretched against star-filled skies, winged horses galloping through mountains of moonlight, and wise sea gods watching over coastal towns as waves lapped gently at their feet. In these moments of shared slumber, the boundaries between dreams and reality blur until all that remains is an eternal expanse of mythological wonder. As night deepens in ancient Greece, people retreat to their homes or public spaces, carrying with them tales of old gods and goddesses who wove the very fabric of Greek mythology. Their stories merge into a vast tapestry of sound, whispers from dreams, gentle murmurs of wind through leaves, and distant echoes that seem almost otherworldly. You're still wandering alongside mythological heroes as dawn begins to creep over Greece's hills like morning mist on dew-kissed grass. The air is filled with an expectant silence before the day awakens, a moment when dreams blend seamlessly into reality until it becomes impossible to distinguish between what truly happened and the myths that lived in the hearts of ancient Greeks. And so, your journey comes full circle as sleep's gentle grasp releases its hold on you once more. Your eyes flutter open to find yourself back in this peaceful place, surrounded by serene sounds, fragrant scents, and a warmth that seeps into every part of being like the sun itself rising above Greece's mythical horizon. As morning light creeps over your slumbering form, all becomes quiet. Only the soft hum of cicadas remains to signal another day has dawned in ancient Greece. In this tranquil atmosphere, time stretches out before you like an unrolled scroll, filled with stories yet untold and wonders waiting to be discovered within mythological realms that lie just beyond sleep's gentle borders. Your breathing slows as your heart rate decreases. Tranquility seeps into every pore of being until finally, completely relaxed now, you drift off into a deep slumber. Sleep claims its own, enveloping the dreamer in its soft folds like an embracing mist on dew-kissed grass at dawn. As you drift off to sleep, your eyelids grow heavy, like petals closing on a flower after a warm summer rain. The room around you softens, its edges blurring into the gentle haze of dreams. You're aware of the quiet, but it's no longer oppressive. Instead, it wraps itself around you like a soothing blanket. In ancient Greece, as morning broke over the city-states, people began to stir from their slumber. They stretched, yawned, and shook off the remnants of sleep. The air was filled with the sweet scent of incense burning everywhere, in temples, homes, and marketplaces alike. This pungent aroma wafted on the breeze like a whispered secret, enticing you to rise and greet the new day. You find yourself standing in the agora, surrounded by the sounds of early risers going about their daily routines. The sun casts long shadows across the cobblestones as it slowly rises over the rooftops, its warm rays illuminating the bustling square. Merchants are arranging their wares, baskets of fresh produce, bundles of herbs, and intricately woven textiles. Their chatter and laughter mingle with the clanging of pots and pans from nearby kitchens. In one corner, a group of women gather around an elderly priestess, listening intently as she recites prayers and blessings for the day ahead. The soft murmur of their voices creates a soothing background hum, like the gentle purring of contented animals. You notice how they wear intricately woven headscarves, adorned with small bronze pins that catch the morning light in subtle glints. As you wander through this bustling scene, your attention is drawn to the vendors selling incense sticks and aromatic resins. They hold out their wares like offerings to the gods, each one promising a unique blend of scents to invoke divine favor or ward off evil spirits. You breathe deeply, feeling the fragrance fill your lungs, sandalwood, myrrh, and cedar wafting through the air like wisps of cloud on a summer breeze. In this atmosphere of tranquil bustle, people pause in their daily routines to offer prayers, make offerings, or simply savor the peaceful ambience. They take time to acknowledge the intricate balance between chaos and order that governs their lives, the delicate dance between human endeavors and the whims of the gods. It's a moment when the ordinary is transformed into something sacred. As you continue your exploration, you come across a small group huddled around an elderly storyteller. He begins to recount tales of mythological heroes and monsters from ancient Greece, Theseus and Ariadne, Orpheus and Eurydice, Persephone's descent into the underworld. His voice weaves a spell, transporting listeners to realms both wondrous and terrifying. The audience listens entranced as he spins yarns about the gods' mischievous antics on Mount Olympus, Athena outwitting Poseidon, Aphrodite causing chaos with her irresistible allure, Dionysus leading wild revelries through Athens. The stories blend reality and fantasy, blurring the lines between myth and history. You feel yourself becoming a part of this timeless narrative, one that speaks to the human condition in all its complexities: love, loss, hope, despair. As you lose yourself in these ancient tales, your thoughts begin to meander through forgotten corners of Greek mythology, memories buried like treasure beneath shifting sands of time. The storyteller pauses for a breath, and his listeners nod as if acknowledging some unspoken truth. They smile knowingly at each other, sharing in the understanding that their world is bound by invisible threads, mythological tales tied to everyday lives, prayers whispered into incense smoke carried on morning breezes. The intricate web of human experience is woven with these timeless stories, a delicate balance between reality and fantasy. The city awakens further as more people emerge from their homes, shaking off the remnants of slumber like shedding old skin. They greet one another with warm smiles and nods of acknowledgement, carrying small tokens or offerings to share with neighbors. Freshly baked bread, honey cakes, bunches of fresh herbs tied with a strip of linen. You notice how each household has its unique traditions. Some families follow specific rituals for ensuring good fortune in their daily endeavors. Others perform simple acts of kindness as gestures toward balance and harmony. It's an acknowledgement that even the most mundane tasks are imbued with symbolic significance, connected to unseen forces guiding human existence. In this tranquil atmosphere, sounds blend together like notes on a lyre. Clanging pots from kitchens, gentle chirping of birds perched atop temples' ornate roofs, muffled laughter carried by morning breezes. As you absorb the sights and scents, memories begin to seep into your consciousness, fleeting recollections of mythological tales woven with everyday experiences. As sleep claims its own once more, enveloping dreamers in soft folds like an embracing mist on dew-kissed grass at dawn. As you drift deeper into slumber, imagine yourself standing beside a serene fountain, its gentle gurgle soothing your weary soul. The sun casts long shadows across the ancient stones, and the air is filled with the sweet scent of blooming oleander. You breathe in deeply, feeling the warmth on your skin as the fragrance wafts up to greet you. The sound of running water creates a mesmerizing melody that seems to lull the world into silence. The statues surrounding the fountain appear frozen in time, their faces calm and serene. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of nearby trees, causing them to rustle softly against each other like an endless whispering. As you wait for your turn at the fountain's waters, you notice a woman sitting on a bench nearby, her eyes closed as if lost in thought. Her dark hair is tied back with a simple leather thong, and she wears a plain white tunic that seems to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. A small basket beside her contains an assortment of fresh herbs, rosemary, thyme, and oregano, their fragrance mingling with the oleander's sweetness. You glance around at the other people waiting in line, each lost in their own thoughts as they contemplate the simple act of collecting water from the fountain. An elderly man stands a few feet ahead, his face creased by years of sun exposure and weathered skin. He looks like someone who has spent countless hours working outdoors under the unforgiving Greek sun. A young couple stands nearby, their hands clasped together as they whisper softly to each other. The woman wears a delicate silver necklace with small blue stones that catch the light, giving off an almost ethereal glow in this warm setting. Her companion's tunic is adorned with intricate embroidery, a fine example of Mycenaean craftsmanship. As you wait patiently for your turn, the air grows thick with anticipation and expectation. The sun beats down on everyone, making them squint occasionally to shield their eyes from its intensity. A faint scent of olive oil lingers in the air, carried by the breeze as it stirs up dust particles that dance around the fountain's edges. Eventually, your turn arrives, and you approach the water's edge with a quiet sense of excitement. The cool liquid flows smoothly over the stone lip into the waiting vessels below, simple clay jars that have been used countless times for this very purpose. As you dip in to collect some water, its crystal clearness sparkles like tiny stars against the surrounding shadows. After your turn is done, and as you walk away from the fountain with a full vessel slung over your shoulder, you notice how everyone seems to be moving toward their homes or nearby market stalls, a daily ritual that plays out repeatedly throughout the city's streets. You hear murmurs of conversation, accompanied by the soft clinking of pottery as people collect items for cooking and preparing meals. The sounds grow quieter now as night falls over the landscape, the gentle hooting of owls in the distance and the occasional chirping of crickets provide a soothing background hum that calms your spirit. Shadows deepen across the streets, and the moon rises high overhead, casting an ethereal glow on everything below it. Your journey leads you toward the city's central square, where families gather to share dinner together under candlelight. Lanterns hang from wooden beams above their heads, casting a golden glow that dances with each flicker of flame. The atmosphere is alive with love and companionship as people bond over stories of their day, small talk about work in the fields or at home. A young boy sits on his father's knee, listening intently to tales of the gods' exploits, tales he has heard countless times before but still finds magical in their repetition. His mother smiles warmly toward him as she serves out steaming plates of fresh vegetables and roasted meats from that day's market hall. The air is filled with an assortment of aromas: roasting meat, freshly baked bread, the earthy scent of olives, each one combining to create a delicious symphony for your senses. You walk through this scene unnoticed, observing as families share meals together in their small homes and makeshift shelters scattered throughout the city. Their laughter carries on the breeze like wisps of cloud drifting across a serene landscape at sunset. As you blend into the background of these quiet scenes, they begin to fade from your consciousness, an exercise that leaves only peaceful tranquility behind. In this calm atmosphere, time seems to lose all meaning as it becomes fluid and malleable, stretching out or shrinking back depending on how each moment is perceived by those living in ancient Greece. As you allow yourself to settle deeper into the quiet stillness of these evening scenes, your mind relaxes further with every breath. Eventually, this peaceful world lures itself toward sleep's gentle edge once more. Shadows deepen across faces, eyelids begin to droop as stories grow shorter and softer, conversations turning into murmured whispers before finally coming to rest like tiny wisps of smoke that lose all definition in the fading light. As you surrender yourself fully to slumber's sweet call, everything becomes soft-edged, quiet, and hushed. As sleep claims its own once more, enveloping dreamers in soothing folds like an embracing cloud at dusk when day gives way to twilight, your breathing slows down further still, until it merges seamlessly with the lulling sounds of crickets outside. And so you drift deeper into a place where dreams grow vivid and alive, carrying with them all that has been observed from this world, where daily life blends with mythic tales in an endless dance between reality's quiet moments and legend's whispered secrets. Your heart beats slower now as it absorbs the serenity of this scene, a gentle lullaby born from sounds of crickets, rustling leaves, and distant water flowing softly through stone channels. With each passing breath, you sink deeper into sleep, becoming one with these whispers that carry ancient tales to places where myth meets everyday life in an endless conversation between shadows on the wall. Your eyes grow heavy as they close over, soft eyelids blinking slowly now like petals folding inward around a delicate flower bud at dusk, when day's light begins its final descent toward twilight. As sleep wraps itself around your soul, memories of this peaceful world begin to fade from awareness, but only for a little while. Eventually, the sounds will return again as you dream on, carrying with them stories of heroes and gods in their mortal forms. Ordinary people going about their daily routines amidst mythic tales of adventure that played out across Greece's hills and valleys. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself standing among the golden light of dawn breaking over a small village nestled between rolling hills. The air is crisp and clean, carrying the sweet scent of ripe olives from nearby groves. You breathe in deeply, feeling the morning's promise on your skin. You are in ancient Greece, where stories of gods and mortals have been woven into everyday life. As you wander through the village, notice the thatched roofs of homes made from clay and wood, their eaves worn smooth by seasons of rain and sun. The sounds of clucking chickens and bleating goats echo through the quiet streets. You've just finished breakfast, a simple meal of bread, olives, and wine on the stone patio outside your home. Your stomach is content, but as you begin to tidy up, your mind wanders back to the troubles plaguing the village's crops. It seems that pests have been eating away at the tender shoots of wheat and barley. Your neighbor, Theodoros, is beside himself with worry. He paces back and forth in front of his farmhouse, muttering under his breath about those confounded field mice. Their tiny teeth have been gnawing through his carefully tended fields for weeks now, leaving behind a trail of damaged stalks and scattered seed. As you watch Theodoros from across the way, a memory surfaces, one that has nothing to do with ancient myths or heroic deeds. It's just a small recollection about a time when your family had visitors over for dinner. Your sister's husband, Aristides, insisted on trying his hand at making olives like everyone else in the village did it, by pounding them in mortars until they released their bitter juices and pungent oils. The image of him grinning from ear to ear as he worked lingers, a fleeting glimpse into life beyond mythic tales. His hands, covered with oil stains that took weeks to scrub off, made an impression on you at the time. The smell of crushed olives and fresh bread wafting through your home still stirs something within. But back in this quiet village morning, Theodoros is now beside himself. He glances around his fields, seeking out any sign of those pesky rodents, but there's nothing to be seen except the gentle rustle of wheat swaying softly in the breeze. Your thoughts drift back to your own small garden, where you've been trying to coax some life from a struggling plot. You recall how the sunlight filtering through your awning above makes it warm and cozy beneath. The fragrance from those nearby olives seeps into this space too, carried by the air, as if responding to the morning's promise. Theodoros continues pacing, his footsteps steady but his breathing growing more labored with every passing moment. His face is set in a scowl that makes you wonder what drives him so hard. Perhaps he has debts to pay off or family obligations pressing down upon him. Whatever it may be, for now, the only thing on your mind is how those pesky field mice have been ruining his crops. As daybreak yields slowly to morning, shadows dance across Theodoros's worried face, as if trying to calm him with gentle touch. A faint breeze carries over the soft lapping of nearby water against ancient stone, creating a soothing melody that gradually quiets your mind and lifts it out into the stillness surrounding you. Theodoros pauses in his pacing to glance at some distant trees swaying gently above the wheat fields, their leaves rustling softly as they drink in the morning's dew. Perhaps he recalls how those same gods and goddesses, with all their adventures, had moments when even they were bothered by everyday troubles. Theirs being on a grander scale than yours or mine. Your thoughts meander now, thinking back to another time, perhaps during an especially dry summer when you were young. The local wise woman, Chrysis, shared tales of her own ancestors and their struggles against pests that plagued their fields. She spoke about how those early Greeks would perform little ceremonies under full moonlight to appease the gods for protection from such troubles. The memory stirs, transporting your imagination back through time as you walk alongside Theodoros, both of you contemplating these everyday issues while surrounded by ancient landscapes and mythic presence that still seems palpable. In this peaceful atmosphere, where myth and reality blend together so naturally, even the smallest concerns take on a deeper significance. As morning light continues to spill over the hills, shadows deepen slightly in your small village, their contours becoming more defined against the ever-changing hues of sky above. Sometimes pale blue, at other times flecked with wispy white clouds carried by gentle zephyrs that sweep through this land. Your senses take on a dreamlike quality, suspended between two worlds, where daily life and mythic tales blend into one seamless fabric. Theodoros now stands lost in thought, his gaze distant as he tries to envision the solution for those pesky field mice eating away at his precious crops. The world is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled, but in this quiet moment before daybreak truly sets in, all that's left are the soft whispers carried on morning breezes through fields swaying gently under dawn light. As you stand here beside your neighbor, listening together for any sign of an answer or solution, imagine yourself part of a greater tapestry where even small human concerns become intertwined with mythic tales and everyday life unfolding amidst it all. Your imagination drifts now to those moments when heroes among the gods, too, grappled with similar challenges in their own time. As morning advances into full light, shadows retreat before its warmth, allowing you a clearer view of this timeless landscape teeming with both human and mythic presence. As morning advances into full light, shadows retreat before its warmth, allowing you a clearer view of this timeless landscape teeming with both human and mythic presence. You breathe in deeply, feeling the stillness settle around you like a gentle blanket. The air is crisp, carrying the scent of olives from the nearby groves and the sweet tang of honeysuckle from the gardens beyond. You stand at the edge of a bustling agora, its central square filled with people going about their day. Merchants hawk their wares, fresh bread, roasted meats, and intricately woven fabrics, while others engage in heated debates over politics and philosophy. The sound of clanging hammers echoes through the air as craftsmen work on new projects. You notice a group gathered near the Temple of Athena, its columns rising like sentinels above the throng. They seem to be discussing something with great fervor, their gestures becoming more animated by the minute. As you observe them, an older man approaches you, his eyes twinkling behind spectacles perched on the end of his nose. "Ah, traveler," he says in a warm, raspy voice, "I see you're new to our fair city-state. Welcome. I am Theodoros, and I'll be happy to show you around. We have much to discuss about customs and procedures when traveling between our great metropolises." You nod politely, intrigued by the prospect of learning more about this intricate web of relationships between city-states. Theodoros leads you through a winding path that takes you past market stalls overflowing with fresh produce, pyramids of grapes, baskets of fragrant herbs, and trays of steaming pastries. As you walk, he points out various landmarks, the imposing Stoa of Attalos, its marble facade reflecting the morning light, the theater of Dionysus where tragic plays are performed to packed audiences, and the Panathenaic Stadium, a massive stone structure that hosts athletic competitions during the sacred festival. The air thickens with smells, roasting meats from nearby food stalls, freshly baked bread wafting from the ovens, and the pungent aroma of olive oil being pressed. You notice how people move through this tapestry of scents with ease, often stopping to sample a fresh pastry or drink from a vendor's jug. Theodoros navigates you through this maze with practiced ease, pointing out significant buildings and explaining their histories in hushed tones. You begin to realize that every structure has stories woven into its very foundations, tales of mythic gods and goddesses who walked among mortals, guiding the hands of architects and artisans as they built these magnificent edifices. As you continue your stroll through the city, Theodoros regales you with anecdotes about traveling between city-states. He chuckles, the intricacies. When I traveled to Corinth a few years ago, I found myself caught in a most delicate situation. He leans in closer, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. It seems that their customs of greeting are rather more enthusiastic than our own. They insisted on anointing me with sacred oil and chanting hymns before we even reached the gates. A little overwhelming for this old man, I assure you. You laugh softly at Theodoros's misadventure, feeling a pang of recognition in understanding how foreign customs can sometimes lead to awkwardness. As your conversation unfolds, other travelers begin to join your group, some from nearby Athens, others passing through on trade missions. The agoras grow crowded as people gather around, drawn by the lively discussions and Theodoros's tales of intercity politics. A young merchant named Leonidas steps forward, enthusiastically sharing stories about his own travels between city-states. His words paint vivid pictures. Imagine arriving at a bustling port like Piraeus, ships from all corners of the world docked alongside one another. You'd hear merchants hawking exotic spices and silks in languages you couldn't understand. Leonidas's eyes sparkle as he recounts his own experiences navigating customs officials, each with their unique demands. I recall trying to explain our cargo from Cyrene, jars filled with that most prized of commodities, Egyptian papyrus. The officials took one look at the seals on those crates and immediately assumed it was a shipment of sacred scrolls. The crowd laughs softly at Leonidas's predicament, recognizing how easily misunderstandings can arise when navigating unfamiliar territories. As these conversations continue, you begin to sense the intricate network that exists between city-states, each with its own customs, traditions, and stories woven into the very fabric of their interactions. With every step through this vibrant landscape, Theodoros weaves a narrative of human interaction, how gods and mortals alike have shaped the course of history, the delicate balance between power and diplomacy in intercity politics. You start to grasp that even as mythic tales unfold across these ancient lands, with all their heroes, monsters, and divine machinations, it's the everyday moments, like customs officials questioning merchants about cargo from far-off lands, which reveal the most profound truths. The sun climbs higher now, illuminating your surroundings in warm, golden hues. Shadows retreat further as morning gives way to a radiant light that seems almost gentle. The agora, once bustling with activity, has begun to quieten, people pausing for midday meals or retreating into nearby buildings for rest. In this tranquil atmosphere, you find yourself caught up in the simple rhythms of life. Merchants replenishing their stocks, artisans at work on new projects, and travelers exchanging stories over cups of wine. You feel an overwhelming sense of belonging to this timeless tapestry, where mythic gods roam alongside mortals, shaping both grand events and everyday moments. Theodoros leads you toward a nearby taverna, its entrance shaded by vines heavy with clusters of purple grapes. Inside, the air is thick with conversation and laughter as patrons share tales from across the land. Your ears drink in the sounds, clinking cups, murmured gossip, and the occasional raised voice punctuating an animated discussion. As you settle into a quiet corner table, Theodoros leans back against his chair, watching the bustle around him with a warm smile. In this world of city-states, he says softly, customs may be as varied as the cities themselves, but in every place there's always room for friendship and shared stories. His words become part of the background hum, mingling with snatches of conversation from those seated nearby. Snippets about a recent harvest festival, rumors of an impending expedition to explore new lands, discussions on how the rise of trade has affected local markets. The cacophony grows softer now, like distant thunder fading into silence as the storm departs. With each passing moment, you feel your eyelids grow heavier. As your eyelids grew heavier, you let out a gentle sigh and settled deeper into the softness of your bed. The warmth from the nearby brazier seeped into your skin, chasing away any remaining chill. Outside, the night air was quiet, with only an occasional hooting owl breaking the stillness. You drifted back to a memory of yourself standing in front of a small loom, surrounded by threads of various colors and textures. Your fingers moved deftly as you worked on weaving a new tunic for your daily life in ancient Greece. The soft hum of the loom accompanied you, its rhythmic beat lulling any remaining tension from your shoulders. In this quiet reverie, you pictured yourself walking through the agora, bustling with people buying and selling various goods. You meandered past stalls offering fresh produce, vibrant bunches of grapes, baskets overflowing with juicy figs, and pyramids of golden honeycombs. The scent of roasting meats wafted from nearby vendors, mingling with the sweet aroma of fresh bread rising in clay ovens. Your path took you to a small shop tucked away between larger stalls. A sign above the door read Androniko's Fabrics in elegant script. Inside, rows of fine fabrics stretched along shelves and hung on wooden racks. Silky smooth linens, intricately patterned tapestries, and woven woolen blankets with subtle sheen. You pushed open the door, releasing a bell that rang out softly above it. Andronikos himself looked up from behind his counter, where he was busy threading a needle to sew an intricate border onto a fine tunic. His eyes, like warm olives, welcomed you into the shop as he smiled and offered a gentle bow. "Ah, young one, just in time for our evening batch of fresh fabrics," Andronikos said with a chuckle, his voice low and soothing. "Let me show you what's new." As you wandered through the shop, running your fingers over the various textures, soft cottons, crunchy linen, or woolly yarns, the scent of freshly cut fabric wafted up from baskets stacked near the back wall. The fragrance was fresh, like the morning dew after a spring shower. You stopped before a fine bolt of golden silk, admiring its subtle sheen in the fading light outside. Andronikos noticed your interest and approached you with a knowing smile. "Ah, that one's from the islands," he said softly, running his fingers over the fabric as if appreciating it for himself. Golden threads woven by skilled hands on remote Aegean shores. The gentle waves have polished its texture to perfection. As Andronikos continued to describe the silk's provenance and qualities, you felt yourself growing heavier, your eyelids drooping further with each passing moment. "May I help you select something?" he asked gently, noticing your drowsy state. With a quiet nod, you let him guide you through his selection. As you chose fabrics for a new tunic, soft enough to wear close to the skin, yet durable enough for everyday life in ancient Greece, Andronikos told stories of famous weavers who'd worked on legendary garments, fine robes for gods, regal cloaks for kings. These tales wove themselves into your reverie like threads from the fabric you chose. You remembered strolling through olive groves with friends during warm summer afternoons, their laughter carrying away as they debated which philosophers' teachings were most relevant to daily life in Athens. The scent of crushed olives and fresh hay filled the air. As the sun began its gentle descent into evening, you walked back home along a shaded path lined by ancient pines. Shadows cast intricate patterns on the ground beneath their branches, dark silhouettes against the soft gold light of dusk. Your footsteps grew slower as fatigue took hold, each step echoing softly in your ears like the steady beat of Androniko's loom from earlier that day. You felt yourself letting go of the world's worries and troubles with each passing moment. The stars began to appear above you, a vast expanse of twinkling lights set against an inky blackness like ink splatters on papyrus. The night air filled with scents, fresh leaves rustled by crickets, honeyed flowers blooming along pathways, the distant tang of salt carried from the Aegean. In this peaceful atmosphere, you found yourself standing before a simple wooden loom once more not yours, but one used by an anonymous weaver in some forgotten village. The threads and yarns lay at your feet like small treasures discovered beneath a tree's roots after autumn rain. You knew that these meager materials would be transformed into something beautiful, perhaps a child's tunic to shield them from the world's hardships, or a fine shroud for an elderly loved one. With each passing moment, you felt your eyelids grow heavier still. The gentle lapping of waves against distant shorelines seemed to echo through the silence, soft as the weaving process itself. As your breathing slowed and eyes grew darker, Androniko's voice whispered in your mind, "The loom's steady beat will guide me through another long night." As you drifted off into a lighter sleep, the gentle hum of Androniko's loom continued to lull you deeper, its rhythmic beat like a soft pulse in your ears. The workshop was quiet now, the only sound being the soft whisper of the shuttle as it moved back and forth across the loom's width, weaving a new fabric for some unknown purpose. You felt yourself floating above the scene, watching Andronikos at work, his eyes fixed intently on the threads as he guided them through their intricate patterns. His fingers were stained with indigo dye from earlier in the day, and his skin had that dry, cracked look of someone who spends long hours hunched over a task. A faint scent of olive oil clung to him, mingling with the smell of wool and yarn. As you watched, Androniko's assistant, a young woman named Cries, entered the workshop carrying a tray laden with food. She moved quietly, not wanting to disturb her master's concentration, but the aroma of fresh bread wafted through the air, tantalizing your sleepy senses. You felt your stomach rumble in response, and for an instant you were back in the world above, hungry and wakeful. The sun had long since set outside, casting a warm orange glow over the workshop. Shadows danced across the walls as Androniko's shuttle moved back and forth, creating tiny silhouettes on the stone floor. Cries placed the tray on a nearby stool, setting out small portions of food, olives, cheese, and flatbread slices. Andronikos barely looked up from his work as he accepted a bread slice from Cries' hand, breaking it in two with a gentle snap before taking a bite. The sound was like music to your ears, the soft crunching of teeth on fresh bread, followed by the smooth swallowing that signaled satisfaction. You felt your own stomach growl again, this time more softly. As you continued to watch, Andronikos returned his attention to the loom, picking up a small wooden comb and beginning to tease out stray threads with gentle fingers. Cries took her place beside him, sitting cross-legged on the floor as she began to sew a narrow strip of embroidery onto a piece of worn leather. The air in the workshop was thickening now, not just from Androniko's presence, but also because it's night, and this is where you rest your weary head. There's something comforting about these hours, when the world outside has slowed down and people find their peace within four stone walls. The room smells of smoke from last night's fire, still warm in the hearth, and a hint of sandalwood carried over on Kreis's breath. As you floated above this peaceful scene, your thoughts began to meander. It happens when sleep is almost upon you, doesn't it? You find yourself thinking about other things. Androniko's hands moving with such precision across the loom, his fingers stained from dyeing and weaving wool. Those indigo stains would be hard to wash out completely. You drifted further into daydreams now, or rather, not dreams at all, but gentle memories of moments you'd experienced long ago. Summer sun beating down on your skin as you walked through fields filled with ripening wheat, the laughter of friends echoing from a nearby tavern. Kreis's eyes met Androniko's, and for an instant they shared a look. There wasn't much to it, just two people who'd spent countless hours working together, perhaps thinking about some problem or issue that had come up in their daily lives. But there was something quiet between them, like the unspoken understanding you find when living with someone over time. In another corner of the workshop, a small wooden game board sat on an easel part of a larger setup for what looked to be a friendly wager between Andronikos and Kreis's brother. They'd been playing at dice games and bets all day as they worked, trying their luck with different outcomes. Now the room was quiet once more. The air in here grows heavier still, full of restlessness from yesterday night. You're aware that there were men gathered outside, huddled around a torch, watching some sort of performance on the town's central stage, acrobats and jesters entertaining for coins tossed their way. People are always playing games with each other. Dice rolls, bets made in whispers over wine cups, or even just who can sit still longest while others doze off. Outside, night air had begun to cool down. It does that when summer starts winding down towards autumn's chill. Stars twinkled like tiny points of silver above the rooftops as far as your sleepy gaze could see. The workshop itself was quiet again now. Kreis went back to sewing her embroidery while Andronikos continued weaving. Shadows danced across their faces, a gentle rustle from his shuttle echoing softly in time with your own breathing. The loom creaked and groaned under the strain of new threads being added, as if it too were tired but content. You felt yourself starting to drift further off into sleep now, guided by Androniko's steady beat on the loom. As you drifted further into sleep, the rhythmic thud of Androniko's loom continued to lull you deeper, like a gentle rain on parched earth. The air in the small workshop was thick with the scent of wool and olive oil, and the soft glow of candles cast flickering shadows on the walls. In another part of the city, a young man named Sophronios made his way through the crowded market, searching for a specific type of fish to bring home to his family. The sun beat down upon him, relentless in its intensity, making every step feel like a chore. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, feeling the dampness seep into his eyes. As he navigated through the stalls, the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares assaulted his ears. Fresh olives. Get your fresh olives here, and milk from the finest goats in Attica. The smell of baking bread wafted through the air, making his stomach growl with hunger. He spotted a stall selling fresh fish and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the stall, Sophronios was greeted by an old man who looked like he had spent most of his life under the scorching sun. The vendor's skin was leathery and wrinkled, his eyes squinting with every move. "Ah, young one," the vendor said in a gravelly voice, "what can I get for you today?" Sophronios explained that he needed a few pounds of the day's catch to take home to his family. The vendor rummaged through his baskets and produced a handful of silvery fish, their scales glinting in the sunlight. As Sophronios paid for the fish, he noticed an elderly woman nearby who was watching him with a curious expression. She approached them, her eyes fixed on the fish in Sophronios' basket. "Those are nice ones," she said to the vendor, "but I'm afraid they're not from the good fishing grounds. My husband used to take me there all the time when we were young." She paused, lost in thought for a moment. The vendor nodded sympathetically and leaned against his stall, crossing one leg over the other. The two of them began talking about the changing seasons, the weather patterns, and the price of fish at different times of year. Sophronios listened intently as he wrapped up his purchase and bid farewell to the old couple. As you continued to drift deeper into sleep, your body relaxed further, letting go of all tension. Your breathing slowed, becoming more measured and peaceful. The world outside grew quieter, as if it too were succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, in a small house on the outskirts of Athens, an elderly priest named Aristides sat by his bedside, gently stroking the threads of a fine linen fabric he had been weaving for weeks. His hands moved slowly, deliberately creating intricate patterns with every stroke of the needle. The soft glow from a nearby candle cast shadows on the walls as he worked. The room was thick with incense, its sweet scent lingering in the air long after it had dissipated. Aristides' fingers were stained with indigo dye from his earlier weaving project, leaving faint blue marks that would fade gradually over time. The silence of the night wrapped itself around him like a warm blanket, enveloping him in tranquility. In another part of town, the sound of hammering echoed through the narrow alleys as artisans worked late into the evening to finish their day's projects. In one of those workshops, an apprentice named Kirkidas carefully shaped a delicate wooden figurine with fine fingers that were still soft and uncalloused from his youth. As he worked on the intricacies of the design, the sound of hammering in nearby workshops created a distant background hum, punctuated by occasional snatches of conversation or raised laughter. The air was filled with dust particles dancing lazily around the light sources, like tiny golden suns suspended in midair. Your breathing grew shallower now, becoming almost imperceptible as you entered an even deeper state of relaxation. Your body weighed itself down onto the pillow, feeling supported and cradled by the softness. The world outside seemed to grow darker, its colors mellowing into more muted hues as if night had finally descended. The sounds of the city vendors calling out their wares, hammering from workshops, distant laughter, all blended together in a soothing symphony that lulled you deeper still. Your thoughts became disjointed and vague, slipping away with each passing moment like leaves blown by an autumn breeze. As you drifted off to sleep, your mind began to wander back to the bustling streets of ancient Athens. The city was always alive with activity, but on this particular day it seemed especially vibrant. You were a young priestess, tasked with collecting old clothes and textiles from around the city for recycling. You walked through the narrow alleys, taking in the sights and sounds of everyday life. Women sat outside their homes, weaving baskets or spinning wool into thread. The air was filled with the sweet scent of freshly baked bread wafting from nearby ovens. As you passed by a stall selling fresh produce, the vendor offered you a taste of his juiciest grapes. The sun beat down on your skin as you made your way to the first stop on your list, the household of a wealthy merchant. You knocked on the door and waited for what felt like an eternity before it creaked open by a small servant girl. She looked up at you with big round eyes and asked in a hushed tone if she was supposed to let you in. You smiled gently and explained that you were there to collect old clothes for recycling. The girl's expression changed from confusion to curiosity as she ushered you into the dimly lit interior of the house. You found yourself standing amidst a sea of opulent tapestries, intricately woven with scenes of gods and goddesses. As you began sorting through the fabrics, you couldn't help but notice the intricate patterns on each piece. Some were adorned with golden threads that sparkled like tiny suns in the dim light. Others featured delicate florals or bold geometric shapes. You ran your fingers over the textures, feeling the roughness of coarse wool and the softness of fine silk. The servant girl hovered nearby, occasionally piping up to ask if she could help carry a particularly large piece of fabric out to the collection cart. As you worked, you noticed that the air inside was thick with dust, a testament to the fact that this house had been closed off for some time. You coughed softly and tried not to breathe too deeply. After what felt like hours, you finally finished collecting all the textiles from the merchant's household. The servant girl bid you farewell as you made your way out into the bright sunlight once more. As you walked back through the alleys, you noticed that people were beginning to stir outside their homes, children playing in the streets, women carrying baskets of laundry over their shoulders. The city was coming alive with a new day's activities, but for now it remained peaceful and quiet. You strolled on, your footsteps echoing off the stone buildings as you made your way to the next household on your list, that of a humble weaver named Calliope. As you entered her small home, you were immediately enveloped in the scent of wool being spun into thread. Calliope looked up from her loom and smiled warmly at you. She was an older woman with kind eyes and a gentle face, one who had spent years mastering the art of weaving on her own simple loom. She pointed out various pieces she'd set aside for recycling, each one lovingly crafted by hand over countless hours. You recognized some as having been woven from rare wool imported all the way from Egypt. Others featured intricate patterns and designs that told stories of mythological creatures long forgotten in modern times. As you worked with Calliope to gather her textiles, she began sharing tales about her own childhood spent learning weaving techniques from her mother, a woman who'd passed down generations worth of family secrets and traditions. Her voice was soothing as the hours slipped away like grains of sand falling between your fingers. The light outside began to shift, casting long shadows across the floorboards. You paused in conversation with Calliope as you noticed how warm it had grown inside, too warm for comfort. The room felt heavy with dust and wool fibers that danced lazily around each breath taken within its walls. You looked over at a nearby window, half hidden by tangled vines growing along an exterior wall. Sunlight filtering through the leaves cast intricate patterns on the floorboards below, eerie silhouettes of gods and goddesses watching from across the room. For an instant, it was as if you'd stepped back into one of those very myths, walking among ancient heroes where stories themselves came alive with each new day's passing. As time wore on, Calliope continued talking about her love for weaving, sharing anecdotes and experiences passed down through generations within this small household. You listened attentively while sorting the final pieces together with great care. Outside, morning began to give way to afternoon as sounds from around the city shifted ever so slightly. Children's laughter grew louder in nearby courtyards. Vendors called out their latest offerings amidst muffled background chatter carried on warm summer breezes now stirring within narrow alleyways filled with countless smells and scents of ancient life, rich, yet fleeting like memories that refused to fade. And just as you'd finished collecting Calliope's textiles, the sun found its peak in the sky above. Warm rays spilled across your face once more, imbuing each breath taken with an almost palpable sense of contentment and peace. As dusk began approaching the horizon, casting long shadows that crept silently into every corner of this lively city, you continued on to gather textiles from other households around town. In these moments before sleep beckons us all back home once more, it's easy to forget just how much life goes about unfolding each day amidst our busy lives. With so many stories hidden in plain sight among bustling streets and daily routines that make up who we are, you feel your eyelids growing heavier with the passing of time. Each heartbeat slows ever so gently now as evening starts its steady creep across this ancient world. And so the ancient world rests beneath the stars. As do you. Let the silence carry you now. Sleep well.